we are going to build a complete Tesla clone using React, ChatGPT, CSS, Recoil for React JS, and some other different kind of features and libraries as well. So we have a good one here. And if we come to Tesla's homepage, we see that they've got this like video demo here as a landing page. And then they show all the models and they have this like snap to page feature. As we go across the different models, we see they have like some different sections here and everything. And then they've also got like this pop-out menu to where they blur the background and darken it a bit and have this nice kind of sidebar here. And then they even have like a shop here. So quite a bit of different little cool features. And then if we come to our completed app that we're going to build here, we have a very similar thing in which we've got this landing page with the background video. We've got this nice little snap feature for all the models. We can see all the models and some different photos of them across. We've got a sick Cybertruck here. And then we've also got like a little shopping cart. No items in there right now, but don't worry. We can come shop, add these items to our cart, and then come back to our shop and wow. Let's just buy everything. Sweet toast message, menu, blurs the background, nice little sidebar as well. So today we're going to build an application largely inspired by Tesla. I'm going to show you some cool technologies along the way. And this is going to be something that you're going to be able to use for your portfolio websites to extend. And if you want to make it look even more like Tesla's website, we can actually do so. And this is my deployed site. So we're even going to go through, deploy this and everything like that. So I have the GitHub link to this and to this deployed application that you can check out in my description box below. I know that this is a bit longer of a video, but hang with me. You're going to learn a ton of interesting things in this video. And you're at the end going to have an application that is deployed that you can then extend and reuse. And you're also going to see my favorite way of deploying things, which was super easy. And you're going to learn a lot of really great stuff. So let's get to the code editor and start to get to work here. So I have just a folder in my MacBook Pro here in which I just created a new folder called Tesla Clone. So if you want to create a new folder called Tesla Clone, you can just do make dir and then Tesla Clone. And that is if you are using a Mac. For Windows, you're on your own. So now that I have this, all I'm going to do is create a React project. And for this tutorial here, we are just going to do npx create React app. I know that that's not like the new trendy thing these days. We got Next.js and all these other things, but this video is really just going to be React, JavaScript, CSS, and ChatGPT. So we're going to kind of stick to that, and it is just going to be building out the front end. So I think that this is going to be appropriate for that. So let's go ahead and do npx create React app, and then I'm going to name this Tesla Clone. So I have an outer folder called Tesla Clone, and this is going to create an inner folder called Tesla Clone. And that's going to be a little bit confusing, but I'm just going to have to deal with it. So I'm going to create this. It's going to do its thing. I won't make you watch this unless you just want to like, listen to me. Cause not only do I have a pretty voice, but I have no, wait, I said that wrong. Not only do I have a pretty face, but I also have a pretty voice. Okay. So now that you think I'm the most conceited guy in the world, don't worry, I will slow down on those jokes here. So, yeah, let me, okay, actually that was enough rambling to allow this to finish. So let's go ahead and CD into Tesla Clone. So this is just entering the Tesla Clone folder here. And then once I'm in my Tesla Clone folder, I can now run npm start. And we should see just a blank React app here. And we do. So this is our starting point here. And our ending point, eventually, we're going to try to get something like this. Now, and this is Tesla's homepage right here. So with this, we're not going to do every single little detail of their website. We're going to focus on like the core fundamental UI things that are going on here and build out like a good portion of it. But, I think if we did every little thing here, it would start to get just a little bit repetitive and isn't really like developing new skills and learning new things. So we're going to focus on just like some core fundamentals of their UI. So what I'm thinking right now is we will build this like top little header here. So we'll have this Tesla home button here. And, like all these pages, if you look at them here, are pretty dang similar. If we go Model S3, we look through there, Model X. And as you can see, they're all like a pretty similar structure. So I don't think we need to build out all these pages for you to kind of get the gist of how you could build out all these pages. So I'm thinking that we do like 3 of them. So we could do like S, X, and we could even do like the Cybertruck. I think that sounds fun. So we'll do the Tesla homepage. We'll do like 3 of their cars here. So 3 of their kind of core pages. And then I'm also thinking that we do their menu here. Okay, so that will be our kind of top bar. We'll do this pop-out menu. I'll show you guys how to do that. And then we'll build 3 pages. We'll have the home page. And then we'll also do this like background video effect that they have going on here. And some different things like that. And, I kind of like it when pages like snap to the section. So I might show you guys how to do that. But we might add in a few other things. But yeah, just wanted to kind of make that clear. We're not going to do every single little thing and get really sucked into the details here. But I think that like if you want to expand on this, build it out more and add things to it, and maybe you add more mobile responsiveness and stuff like that to it, or maybe you want to enhance their website and like add more animations and use different libraries and stuff to do that, absolutely go for it. This is just really going to be focusing on the kind of fundamentals of the UI, but we're still going to end with something really cool that you can use for your own projects, or like I said, expand on it, which I would recommend expanding on it and kind of making it your own. Maybe you implement authentication and have implement this like account here and stuff like that. So with that set up here, let's kind of start diving into things. So I'm going to go back to VS Code here. So I have my Tesla clone, and then in my SRC file, I'm going to just remove a lot of this stuff because we're not going to implement tests here. If you really want me to do a project to where we add tests, I have a lot of experience with Cypress. And that's a testing framework. So we can definitely dive into that a bit more here as we go. But just let me know if that's something you want. This is really just going to be focusing on building the UI of Tesla's website here. And you might be thinking, why Tesla? Well, I don't know. It seemed interesting, I guess. Okay, so with that, I'm going to delete this setup test folder. And as I go through this, and I'm going to delete a couple more of these files here. So report web vitals. Let's get rid of that. I'm also going to get rid of this logo here. And app.test, we will not be using that. App.css, I'm also going to actually get rid of this because that's just kind of those original styles in our app there. I'll keep app or index.css. We'll keep that for now, but I'll show you how I kind of like doing my styles here in a second. Index.js, I'm going to get rid of report web vitals here and get rid of that there. And then in app.js, we're going to get rid of a lot of stuff. So I'm going to let's just remove all this. And let's just render out an H1. So in my, and there's a couple of other things I actually want to do here as we kind of get started, but we'll touch those on a sec. I'm going to just do H1 with app. We're going to remove this class name here. We're going to remove all that. And then if I come back, you see that I just have app right now. All right. Now, one thing I do want to do is I want to get Prettier installed. So Prettier is a code formatter, and I basically use this in all of my projects. So I'm going to show you how you can get this set up really quick. And the way I'm going to do it is I'm just going to ask ChatGPT, hey, how do I set up Prettier, and can you create me a config file? I feel like ChatGPT is really quite good at stuff like this. So let's head over to ChatGPT, and I do have GPT-4. I pay for this version out of like my own pocket. I find it is quite useful, but like if you, I would say like, you know, that I've found this more useful than things like Code Whisper or GitHub Copilot. Like I've just found ChatGPT more useful, and I'll show you how I use it throughout this video. But I use GPT-4. It's the paid version, but GPT 3.5, the free version, I'm sure you can use that and it'll be just fine. But I want to ask, how can I add Prettier to my React JS project? So let's ask it that. And it says to add Prettier, you need to first install Prettier. So npm install save dev -- save exact Prettier. And then I'm going to have to create a configuration file, and it kind of gives me an example configuration file here. And then it says to add them to my git ignore, and I will push this up to GitHub once I finish. And if I don't, comment below, let me know that I forgot to do that, and I'll definitely do that, but that should be in the description of this video. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to install Prettier. So let's go back to VS Code, and I'm going to open up another terminal window here, and I'm going to paste this in here, npm install -- whatever Prettier. So we have added that to the project here. And then what I'm also going to need to do is I already have Prettier in my extensions. So if I do Command Shift P here in VS Code, and also, yes, I'm using VS Code, and I am using the theme font, or the VS Code theme of Winter is Coming is what I'm using right now. So just in case you're wondering, but I already have Prettier installed here. So I open up VS Code extensions, and here is Prettier code formatter. I already have that installed and enabled globally. All right, so I installed it to my project, and I have added it as an extension in VS Code. So with that, let's go back. We now need to add a configuration file. So I'm going to add this file name .prettierrc. These RC files are often used as configuration files within your different projects. So you might need to get used to seeing those, but I'm going to put this in like outside of my source folder here, just within my Tesla clone project. And it's going to be right at the same like file level as my git ignore, my package.json, and stuff like that. All right. So here is my Prettier RC. And then looking at this default config here, trailing commas, semicolons, single quotes. Yeah, I think that looks okay. But let me actually add a rule to the Prettier config to remove empty lines. I don't like when there's like a bunch of white lines. Oh, come on. They have something. Okay, so it removes multiple empty lines. So we can add that here. So let me go ahead and grab this right here, and you can copy from my GitHub. I don't think this is a very particular important part of this right now. So I'm going to add this rule to my config as well. And we'll get going here in just a second, guys. Just bear with me. So now that I have that, and what I should see is it should, so as you can see it there, jump around. So say const sum var equals text. If my prettier is working right now on save, it should remove that to single quotes, and it does. So that's working. Now, a couple things you might need to do to get it working is you might need to go to your, I think, settings maybe. Yeah, go into your settings, and within your settings, you can search format. And then for your editor here, make sure this format on save is clicked. So every time you save, it will auto format. And then if you also search default formatter, what you're going to want to do is set it to prettier right here. All right. And if you do that, it should be working. If it's not, you could Google why prettier is not working, but I think that should set you up pretty well. And you don't necessarily need to do this. This will just make things look a little bit nicer as we go. So with all that being said, I think that sets up our project here to where we can actually get started. So we just have this boring app right here. So what should we build first? Well, I'm thinking that right off the bat, we can build our kind of top header here, as well as this menu over here. So this will allow us to get started with React Router DOM and add some routes and do all that fun stuff here. So let's first do that. So I'm going to need to set up React Router DOM, and let's see what ChatGPT says here. So how can I set up React Router DOM in my React project? And we'll see if it knows of the latest version. I'm not sure if it will. So we definitely do need to install React Router DOM. That is going to be correct. So I think this is actually the old way of doing it. So ChatGPT doesn't have all the latest updates. So this is where, like, you know, having knowledge of the latest stuff is important. So we're just going to stop that, and I'm just going to search React Router DOM setup, and we're going to come in here. This is React Router DOM's docs. And to set up this here, we're just going to npm install React Router DOM is the first thing that we're going to do here. So I'm going to copy this from their docs, head back to VS Code, and then we're going to install that. And then now that it's installed, what we're going to need to do is add a router. So to our index.js file, we're going to add this create browser router thing right here. And we're going to import those from React Router DOM. So I'm going to copy this right here, create browser router and router provider from React Router DOM. And we're going to go back to index.js here, and we're going to import those from React Router DOM. And then I'm going to head back, and we're going to copy create browser router, paste that in here. So this is effectively creating a router in which it's basically going to say, and that just jumped around there because I just hit save, and that's prettier, kind of doing its thing. But this is going to basically say, what do we want to render when we're on just our home path? And what would we want to render if we're on, say, you know, model S or something like that? All right. So with that, I'm also going to want to do the route provider, and I'm going to render that instead of rendering my app. But actually, for my homepage here, I'm going to render my app right here. Okay. So between the React.strict mode, what we are rendering right here, so we are getting our root element and we are injecting our React within our root element here. And instead of rendering our app just straight away, we're actually going to render this router created by create browser router right in here. So when we're on our homepage here, we're still going to render our app. So if I didn't mess anything up here, what you should see is that when we come back here, I don't see app anymore. Do you guys know what I did wrong? Because I do not know what I did wrong. But let's see. I don't have problems in my workspace right now. I finally figured out what the heck was going on there. So, as I said earlier, I was going to confuse myself with having a Tesla clone folder outside of a Tesla clone folder. And that's exactly what happened. I actually installed my React Router DOM in my outer folder instead of my inner folder. So I was getting an error because it was like, hey, you don't have React Router DOM installed in this project. So I was pretty confused. But you most likely won't run into that problem. Just make sure that like you are in your project folder when installing any dependencies for that project. So lesson learned for Riot. I definitely just killed like 5 minutes staring at the blank page that I edited out because you didn't need to see me go through that. But now you can see I do have this because I kind of was getting frustrated. So I just, typed on my keyboard. Yeah, I do that as well. So yeah, we have this set up now. React router DOM. We have our router. At the home route, we do have our app component right here. So all good there. So let's get started on making a few different routes here. And what I actually like to do just for kind of my project structure here is in my SRC here, I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call this pages. So this is going to be all of my pages. And I'm going to actually lowercase this just because everything else is. So we're going to do lowercase pages. And then I'm also going to do a folder. And this folder is going to be lowercase components. And that is all I'm going to do. So I'm going to have my like individual components here and all of my pages here. So let's first do a home page here. And I think I'm going to just do a new file. I might change this to a folder later on, but we'll see how things develop. So homepage.jsx, and I'm going to do export default function home page. And then we're just going to return and H1 that says home page. Okay. And then in my index, instead of returning my app at my kind of root here, I'm going to return my home page component. So I'm just going to assume that works. Probably not the best thing for me to do, but we are going to indeed do that. And then we're going to start building on our pages here. So let's do the model S. And I feel like maybe go underscore there. What do you guys think? Well, this isn't live, so I can't actually ask you that. But let's keep an underscore here in the path name. And then we'll also do model X. And what else did I say I was going to do? Oh, we're going to do the Cyber. Is Cybertruck one word or two words? Let's go look at Tesla here. Menu. Cybertruck is one word. So we're going to do Cybertruck here. And at all these routes, it's still going to render my home page. So let's build out these pages real quickly here. So we're going to do Cybertruck page.jsx, and I'm going to export default function Cybertruck, and then we're just going to return an H1 that is Cybertruck. And let's also do model S.jsx, and let's do model S page to keep things consistent. and export default function model S page, and then return an H1 that says model S. And let me quickly go back to Cybertruck and change this to page, just to keep things consistent. And I also need to do model X page.jsx. And I think these are going to be our 3 different pages that we have here. H1 model X. And it's getting mad at me right now. Why is it getting mad at me right now? Let me return it in a single line. And it's still getting mad at me. Do you guys know why it's getting mad at me? I almost wish I did these live so I could. Oh, I didn't say export default function. There we go. So with that, I have my 4 different pages here: homepage, Cybertruck, Model S, Model X. So in my router, let's go ahead and add these different pages. So for my Model S route, I'm going to do my Model S page. For Model X, I'm going to do my Model X page. And for Cybertruck, I'm going to do my Cybertruck page. So effectively, what this is going to say is when we are at our home route, render out our home page. When we are at our Model S route, render out our Model S page. When we're at our Model X route, render out our Model X page. And when we're at our Cybertruck route, render out our Cybertruck page. So if I didn't mess anything up, which you guys already know I do, if I go and let me actually shrink or lower this just a little bit so you can see it. If I go up to my route and I do Model S, you see I render out Model S. And if I do Model X, and then if I do Cybertruck, you see Cybertruck, and I feel like I forget one. I don't know. You guys get the gist at this point. So that adds our router here. And as we go here, like if you're focusing on learning from everything right now, I would definitely say that as you see that I'm about to build something, it'd be a good idea to try to go build that yourself before, just following me. Like trying to figure it out yourself is going to be how you learn best, or at least that's definitely how I learned best. So with that, we have kind of our main pages here. So now I think it makes sense to create our component that is going to be like basically like our router, like this top header here. Okay. And just remember our top header is going to be Tesla, SX Cybertruck, and then the menu over here on the right. So let's build out this header. And I think that is going to be perfect for a header component. So let's go ahead and within our components here, I am going to create a new folder, and you'll see why I'm doing a folder here in a second. But this folder, I'm going to do lowercase header, and within header, I'm going to do a new file. And this file is going to be header.jsx. I'm also going to do header.css. So I'm going to have my header folder within my components folder that is going to be my header component and my header styles. I generally kind of like this approach to styling, but there's a ton of different things you could do. And you wouldn't even have to like do this at all. Like you could use Material UI, Shocker UI, some styling library. You could use Tailwind, so on and so forth. But my contention is if you know the fundamental CSS, you can very easily do the rest of the stuff you need to do. So let's create this header component here. So for this header, basically what I'm thinking is we're just going to do an unordered list of our different items. And then we could use like Flexbox to display those across the top of the page here. And I particularly like Flexbox for something like this because it's just like we're styling this or laying this out in one dimension. It's just going to be in this single row. And anytime I just have a single row that I'm going to kind of lay out, I really like using Flexbox for that. So with that, let's head back here. And how do we want to do this? So I think that a good way to do this, and all of them like on click are going to want to navigate. So I'm thinking we actually create an array here of our different elements that we're going to want to have in our header. And then we can map over that array and render out list items for each element within that array. So let's do const header elements, and this is going to be an array. And in this array, I think it's going to make sense to do an array of objects. And here, what we can do is let's do a label. And the first one is going to be Tesla. And then we might want to add like a route here. So like where these are going to navigate to. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do route. And so when you click on Tesla of my header elements, it's going to route to just this route here. And then we're going to want to do our label of model S. And then our route is going to be model S. And I'm getting an error here. What's it telling me? Oh, I'm in my CSS file. Guys, why didn't you tell me I was doing that? You guys just wait. We are just getting started on the little things that go wrong. And hopefully this makes you like feel good that like I've been working with React for like 4 or 5 years now, and I still do all this stupid stuff. So yeah, it's not just you. If you make some of these, but maybe you're a savant and you don't, which is also great. So I did Option Shift down arrow to create another object here. And I'm just going to do Model X, change the route to Model X, and then we're going to do Cyber Truck. And it's one word. I keep thinking, I don't know why I put camel case, a Cybertruck. I'm thinking too much in JavaScript right now. And then we want one more. And I think there's just this menu. And this one isn't going to need a route. So I'm going to just put null here. And I might change that as we go. So now I'm going to do export default function. See, I'm learning here. And I'm going to do header. And then what we're going to do is we're going to return, and this is technically going to be our like top nav here. So I'm going to do a nav element, and I'm using something called Emmet abbreviations. You can install that in the VS Code extensions. And it's basically like if I type H1, you see this Emmet abbreviation over here, and then I just click enter and it makes the tag. It's super, super helpful. So I would use Emmet abbreviations if you want to be cool like me. So with this, I got my nav element, and this is going to be an unordered list. And then within this unordered list, this is where we are going to map over our different header elements. So let's do header elements dot map, and each element, let's just destructure the label and the route from these elements. And we're going to return a list item, and the text of this list item is going to be our label. And then when we click on this list item, we're going to want to route. And Prettier's telling me I did something wrong here. So since I'm destructuring here and TLDR on destructuring, the map function is going to pass each object into this function that I'm passing into the map function. Yeah, higher order functions, this functions all the way down. So I'm going to use destructuring here to pull these properties out of each object and use them right away. And in order to do this, I need to wrap this in parentheses here, and that will get rid of that. So with this, since I'm mapping over these, I also need to put a key as my top level or in my top level element. I'm just going to use my label. And then we're actually going to want to do an on click here. And this is going to be a function. And my menu, it's not really going to navigate. It's just going to pop up a pop-up. So I'm going to want to use some sort of logic here that says, maybe I'll just say, and I might change this later on. And guys, there's no one way to do any of this stuff. So like, if you saw this is where I was going with this and you implemented this differently, then, you know, there's more than one ways to do it. You see, I might come back and change some of this anyway. So, yeah, if you implement it differently, don't feel bad about that. It's not bad. And I'm a big proponent, as you probably could guess by my style right now. If it works, that's what matters at the end of the day. Okay, you should care a little bit about your architecture of your code, but that's for a different video. And it's far less fun, right? Okay, so if not label is equal to menu, if that's not true, then I'm going to want to actually navigate here. So in order to do that, we're going to use the use navigate hook from React Router DOM. So constant navigate is equal to use navigate from React Router DOM. And that's, if you're familiar with older versions of React Router DOM, this would be like the same thing as doing history.push in some state here. But this is going to allow us to programmatically navigate within our router. So we're going to call this navigate function. And where are we going to navigate to? Well, that is just going to be our route. So for example, this first object here, its label as Tesla. Is Tesla equal to menu? No, it's not. So we're going to enter this if block, and then we're going to call this use navigate, or the navigate function returned from use navigate. And we're going to pass in this home route. So it's going to navigate to our home route. Same thing with Model S. It's going to navigate to our Model S route, and so on and so forth. So with that, that looks like a pretty dang good header component, if you ask me. So let's render this out. And I think Tesla has this header on all of their pages. Yeah. So regardless of if I'm at Model S, Model X, Model 3, so on and so forth, it still has this header. So the great thing about React is that I can just reuse this header component in all of these pages. So instead of just rendering out each one here, I'm going to render out each one alongside my header. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to just use a React fragment, which basically allows me to return a top level or one single top level component, which within a React application, you need to just return one top level element here. So like I can't return, well, let me just show you. So here, if I tried to just return my H1 of Cybertruck and my header here, this is going to yell at us and say JSX expressions must have one parent element. So to fix that, as I was saying, you can just return a React fragment which is basically just like a ghost element in which it will spookily allow you to just return one top level element, and I can return my header and my H1 of Cybertruck. So I'm going to just copy this right here. I'm going to go to my home page. I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to return this. But I'm going to do homepage still, just because I want to render out my header in all of these here. So here, do header, and this is my Model S page. And then here, get rid of that and render out my header, my Model X. And you see how this is formatted grossly right now? Shout out to Prettier. So if I go back here, we should see my beautiful header. Oh, we don't see it actually, because you know what you need to do within a React app when you want to use a component? That's right. You have to import that component. So import, and this is going to come from components, header JSX. So I'm going to copy this import, and I need to put that in all the files I use my header, because you cannot use a component if you do not import it first. So, and I did do it there. So now if we go back and refresh, you see I still get header is not defined, but didn't I just define it in all these pages? Oh, I didn't. I only put the path. What am I thinking today? All right, coming back. See, this is the stuff that can sometimes be frustrating when you're coding. It's like, oh my God, have I ever done any of this before? All right, so proper imports in place, and unexpected error. Just kidding, it works now. So as you can see, I have my beautifully styled header here. Basically looks like Tesla's. And if I click on Model X here, it does nothing. And if I click on all these, it does nothing. So clearly I've done something wrong. So let's go back here. Go back to my header. All right, what did I do wrong here? So on click, if not label equals menu, then I want to navigate to my route. That seems like the correct thing to do. So what is going on? I think I see what I'm doing wrong here. So, yeah, this can also be a tricky thing that you'll run into. So I'm using the not operator here. And for this to work, I would actually need to wrap this in parentheses. So now I'm saying label equals menu, not, instead of saying I was doing not label. So I was converting whatever the label was into a Boolean. So it would be saying if true is equal to label or is equal to menu, which is never going to be the case, which is why my on click didn't work. So, and I'm actually not going to keep how I have this, but I actually think that this fixes the issue. So yeah, Cybertruck, Model X, unexpected application error. Something's wrong with my route. Let's go back. Model X, right? So this looks like it's trying to do a nested route here. So Cybertruck / Model X. So I need to change this, I believe, to just be / and then whatever route. Because the navigate function by default, it must actually append, and I need to do $ route here. It must actually just append the route you're trying to navigate to. So let's go back to my homepage here. And now if I do Cybertruck, Model X, Model S, it looks like another error. And what's going on here is, since I put this route in place here, so it just doesn't append it, I'm doing like / here. So I think if I just make this an empty quote here, and then I go to that, yeah, now it looks decent. So we got that sorted out. So now we have our routing between our pages here. And yeah, as you can see, this doesn't look great. So let's actually add some styles here. So to this UL, I'm going to add a class name, and this is going to be my header list. Yeah. Okay. So in my CSS, and I'm not going to forget, I'm going to need to import my header.css for it to work in this file. But I'm going to access my nav.header list, and we're going to do list style type is none. So that should get rid of the gross bullet points that nobody likes. And then we also want to do display flex. And then how should we set this up? So I need the 3 elements in the center to be on kind of the sides of the page. And then I need to put the other 2 or the other 3 in the middle. So I'm going to actually do space justify content space between. And if we go back and look at this, you see that they're now all like, well, kind of, we have some weird margin here, which it must just be some default margin that we can get rid of. So on the header list, it looks like, oh, padding inline start. So let's actually take this padding down, and let's actually just do 10 pixels all around. So if we do that, now you can see this. But okay, with this kind of issue that we're having here, we don't want these evenly spaced. Like if we see Tesla, we want kind of our pages in the middle, menu over here, Tesla over here. So how can we fix this? Well, one way we can fix this is I could actually change my justify content to center here. And then I could move Tesla to the left and menu to the right. So I think how I want to go about doing this is I'm going to add some custom styles here. So I'm going to add a style object, and I'm going to say margin right is auto. And then on my menu, I'm going to say margin left is also auto. This feels a little hacky. And then I'm going to destructure style, but I'm not going to put style on every single property. So I'm going to give it a default object here. And for my LI, we're going to actually do some inlining here. And I'm going to do style is equal to, and I'm going to spread my style, or actually, I don't even need to spread my style. I can just do style. All right. And is it style or styles? I think it's just style, right? Okay. So that got us not there, but closer. So Tesla, I was able to push that all the way to the left. I want to push, oh, I think I need this to be margin right auto as well. No. And this, should it just be margin left, it should be within a style right here. And then it should be margin left auto. So that is what we want, kind of, sort of, in a way. If you don't think about it, this is what we want. So Tesla's over here, menu's over here, and those look gross. So how can we fix that? Well, we could just add a little bit of margin between all these items, and I think that's fine to do. So header CSS. Now I'm going to just target my list items here, and let's do some margin, and let's use a shorthand property. So top and bottom, I want 0. And I think it is top, bottom, left, right. But we're going to find out here in a second. So this should be top and bottom 0 pixels, left and right 10 pixels. I might have got that backwards. Nope, that's correct. So here we have a menu that actually doesn't look that far off here, right? Like they have this in a cool little font, whatever, and different fonts all around. But overall, that's basically how they have this set up. Now, they have this on hover. They do a little bit of a gray here. And they don't do it for Tesla here. I think they almost should. So I think we're going to. And I definitely want my cursor to be a pointer when I go over them. So let's do cursor pointer. And then when I hover over these, and I think I actually want to do this padding instead because it'll make our hover look a little bit less gross. And let's do a background color here of, no, we're not going to do Alice blue, but we are going to do just like barely gray is what we're going to do. So 242, 242, 242. So now if I hover over, it doesn't look great still, but we're getting there. So let me actually just do 10 pixels of padding all around. And let's also give this a little bit of a transition. So we'll transition all and maybe like 0.3 seconds. So now if I do this, hey, that doesn't look too bad, right? It looks like they have like maybe a slight border radius on here. So let's go ahead and do that. I think that actually does look better here. So border radius, and I don't know. What do you think? Like 10%? Yeah, I think that looks okay, right? Whoops, let me go back. So I think they do their padding a little bit differently. And we're not going to get too crazy about making this like no differences at all. But yeah, that looks about right for those. So I think that we're okay to keep what we have here. And looking at theirs, I mean, we could make Tesla a little bit bigger here. I don't really remember how to do this in CSS. I think I can do something like li, and what is it, like first of type? So is that like the first li? And then maybe we can do font size like, whoops, 16 pixels. And let's do that. And that didn't work. So let me ask ChatGPT a larger font using CSS. To make the first item in a list have a larger font size using CSS. Oh, that's exactly what I did, right? Oh, I did first of type, but maybe I need to do first child. And maybe it already is 16 pixels. Maybe I'm just stupid. So let's do 26 pixels. Oh, I think I had it right all the time. Let me go back to first of type here and see if that works. Okay, so that did work. Come on, Ryan. But 26 looks a little obnoxious. So let's just do slightly bigger at 20. So, hey, not too bad of a start here, guys. So, guys and gals. So, here's our kind of top little header here. Homepage, Model S, Model X, Cybertruck, menu. So, I think that's a good kind of start here. Let's next move to building out this menu. So, like when we click on it, let's have it kind of pop up to be this menu here. So if you want to give this a go first, I would definitely recommend that, but that's what we're going to move on to now. So when thinking about building out this menu here, as we can see, it fills up the entire height of this page. It also kind of has this blurred out effect on the rest of Tesla's page here. So we can see the Model X is kind of clear here. And then it gets kind of blurred out with an overlay. And if we kind of hover over these, they have this same little like gray background as they do right here. And yeah, that's kind of all there is to it. So let's go ahead and build this. It also looks like maybe there's a little bit of a drop shadow on this, on kind of the corner of this. So let's see how we can kind of do this, and we'll build out this menu, and then we'll start kind of building out these different pages here. So going back to my code editor here, let's now make a component here, and I'm going to do a new folder. And in this component, I think I'm going to go with sidebar. And I'm going to make sure that this is sidebar lowercase to keep it consistent. And then we are going to add a new file, and that's going to be sidebar.jsx. And then we're going to do another new file that is going to be sidebar.css. So I'm going to close up some of my other files here up top, which you can't really see, but I think that's going to be okay. So here within sidebar.jsx, we are going to export default function sidebar. And then we are going to return. Well, I think first we're going to make sure that we're going to import our styles. So let's import /sidebar.css. Now, for the sidebar, there's a few different ways that we could do this here, in which it's pretty common in a normal application to have this be like some UI component from an external library, so like Material UI or Shocker UI, but I think that we can do this with just similar to the header, just have like a nav element and then render out an unordered list of our kind of menu items. So let's go ahead and do that, in which we're going to return a nav, as this is still going to be like a navigational element. And then within this nav, we're going to have an unordered list. And then up at the top of this navigation here, we're going to have our button closes the sidebar. So that's just going to be, and if you wanted to get fancy, you could like go search like React icons and use a icon here and make this look a little bit better. But I think just using an X will suffice right now. And this unordered list, well, what do we want in our menu? Well, we basically want this just to be a navigation to our different pages. So for us, it's just going to be a navigation to our home page, our Model S, Model X, and Cybertruck components. So that's like the same values as our header here. So I think that we're going to actually be able to reuse our list that we used within our header.jsx here. So within our header component, I'm going to I could just export these. And I think that that will be fine to do for now. It might be a little bit cleaner if I kept these in their own file called like something to the effect of like constants.js and exported them from there. But right now I'm going to leave them in here, and I'm going to do export const. And instead of header elements, I'm going to now call this nav elements, which also means that I'm going to have to change the name down here in this map method. So we're exporting that now. And then within our sidebar, I'm going to import nav elements from my header. And then we are going to do the same thing that we did prior, in which I'm going to take these nav elements and I'm going to map over them. And these map elements, they're also going to have a label, and they are going to have their route that we can still use for navigation. So we can kind of reuse that. I'm not sure if we'll use the style at all yet, but we'll cover that once we get there. So here I'm going to return a list item or an LI, and the text is going to be the label. And then I'm going to set the key is going to be, well, I was going to set the key to be the label, but in my header, the key is the label on those elements. So there would be multiple elements with the same key on this page. I think that would still be okay, but maybe we'll change this a little bit to be just slightly different. And maybe we'll do label plus the route just to have it different than when we iterated over this last time. I actually don't know if this matters or not, since it's in an entirely different component. I guess we could just keep it as the label, and then we could check the console to see if we have any like key prop errors or warnings or something like that. So let's just keep it as the label, and then I think that's all I need within this LI here. But we're also going to do a similar thing to where we're going to add an on click, and this is going to be a function. And here we're going to still navigate to the route. So for this, we are going to import the navigate function from React Router DOM. So const navigate is equal to use navigate. And then I'm going to grab this here. And then we're going to navigate to our route, but making sure to kind of put the slash in there as well. So there we're going to do the route, but we also want to make sure that we do a similar thing as last time, in which I actually don't think we need to render out the menu element at all. So like we won't need this. This could still be our home page here. They don't have that here, but I think still having a link to our homepage is okay. But let's go ahead and say in our sidebar, if the label is equal to menu, then just do an early return here. So we don't need to render out our menu item within our sidebar. That's not really kind of what we're going for here. So with this, let's also give this some CSS. So class name is going to be, let's just do sidebar. And then within my sidebar.css, I'm going to access my nav with a sidebar class. And here for this nav, we're going to want this to be position fixed, as we're going to want it to be to the fixed to the right side of the page. So right is going to be 0, top is going to be 0, and then height, it's going to be 100 VH. So the entire viewport. And then let's also give it a width here. I'm going to, for now, give it like a width of like 400 pixels. You might want to change this to add like more mobile responsiveness. Generally, it's not the best idea to just give it a kind of fixed width like this, but we're going to do this and see how it looks. So we have this sidebar here, and we're going to need to have some way of showing or not showing this sidebar. So I think it'll actually make sense if we render this sidebar within our header? Maybe it makes more sense to render it within all of our pages. But actually, I think we can render it within our header here. So let's go ahead and add a React fragment here. And I'm going to take this and paste it below. So we only return one top level element. And then we're going to render out our sidebar. Now, we don't want this to just show all the time. So we'll render the sidebar out within our header. We might change this in the future. We'll see how the behavior ends up being here, but I think this is fine for now. And then we don't want this to just show all the time. So we want it to programmatically open and close. So here, let's use some state. So let's do const open sidebar. No, let's do const show sidebar and set show sidebar. And that's going to be equal to use state and import that from React. And by default, we're not going to show the sidebar. So here, we're going to set show sidebar. We're going to set a prop to our show sidebar. And then we're also going to pass in our set show sidebar is equal to set show sidebar. So now our sidebar accepts these two different props here. So we go back to our sidebar component. I'm going to destructure these props within the kind of function params here. So I'm passing it two props of show sidebar and set show sidebar. And then I want to use that within here. So what we're going to do is we only want to show this entire sidebar if show sidebar is true. So the way that we can do this is before we hit the return statement, we can just say if not show sidebar, we can return null. So if show sidebar is false, don't render out this sidebar, just return null. And then for this button, this X button here, we need to do on click is going to equal. We're going to pass a function that's going to be set show sidebar false. So when they click on this X within our sidebar, it's going to close this. So if we go back to my header here, we also need some logic to show my sidebar. And we want to show my sidebar when they click on the menu item here. So if the label doesn't equal menu, and I never went back and showed you how I actually wanted to do this. So I'm going to say if the label doesn't equal menu, or actually, I think a better way of doing this is if the label equals menu, because I generally prefer not to think in negatives, not like, always think in positive. I don't mean that. I mean, like, if I can just use triple equals instead of not equals, I'm going to. So I'm going to say if the label equals menu, then we're going to show the sidebar, else we're just going to navigate to our route. So here we'll navigate, and then if it's equal to menu, then what do we want to do? Well, we want to set show sidebar. I think we're just going to want to set this to true here. So we're going to go ahead and do that. So now if I go back here, and we might need to adjust the styles a little bit. And I think I accidentally deleted or X'd out of my app. So coming back here, if I click on the menu here, we do see our menu. So we see our kind of sidebar menu kind of pop up. And then if I click the X, it closes. So it works, but it looks not great, right? So we could definitely make this look a little bit better. And coming back here, it looks like they make their menu white and then they kind of darken and blur everything else. So I'm not entirely sure how to do that blur effect, but we'll figure it out, or we'll at least get something to that effect. So let's come back here to our app, and what do we want to do here? So we're going to need a way to kind of blur the background when this shows. And we also want to make sure the background of our sidebar is a white color. So maybe what I should do first is ask ChatGPT how it thinks I should kind of do this. So in React.js, when I show my sidebar component, I want to blur and darken the background behind the sidebar. How can I do this using CSS? So let's see what my buddy ChatGPT has to say about this. So it says, to create a blur and darken effect behind your sidebar in React, you could use a backdrop component. The backdrop would be a full-size div that sits behind your sidebar in front of your content when the sidebar opens. Here are the steps. Create a backdrop component. This component will be used to darken and blur the background when the sidebar is open. Apply CSS to the backdrop. And then it also says apply CSS to the content. To blur the content, use the backdrop in your app component. So it's saying when the sidebar is shown, I should kind of show this blurred background here. So I actually think that's a decent way of going about this, but I might need to kind of restructure things in my app a little bit. So let's go back here. So I could create this backdrop component and render it within my header here. And then I could also just like show or not show my sidebar based on my logic prior. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's create this backdrop component. So I'm going to do new folder, and then we're going to do backdrop. And then let's do a folder within that called backdrop.jsx. And then let's do another new file called backdrop.css. And now I have my backdrop.jsx and .css here. So let's go back to ChatGPT, and it says props.show. So it just renders out this backdrop. So let's go ahead and just use this and see how this kind of works. So adds the class name of backdrop to this div. And then it also expects me to pass in props.clicked. But I prefer we'll see what it actually wants. I'm not sure if we actually want to do anything when it's clicked, but we'll see what we end up with. And then we're going to also use these styles here. So in backdrop.css, I'm going to paste these styles in, and you can grab these from my GitHub as well. So these are going to apply these styles when my backdrop shows here. And then this says to apply this CSS to my content, but I think that we could do this when actually, I wonder if we can just do this to apply it to my background. I think we might be able to do that. So I'm going to add these styles as well to my backdrop and see if we can just add a blur to the backdrop. And then it wants us to render this backdrop when the sidebar is open and close it when we click on the backdrop. So I think that actually makes sense as well. So let's go ahead and instead of what I have right now, I'm going to say if show sidebar is true. So a way to kind of short circuit that is to use the double ampersand. So this is saying if sidebar is true, then return whatever I return right here. So if show sidebar is true, I'm going to want to show my sidebar here. And I'm also going to want to render out my backdrop. Now, since I'm using this logic here, if I go in my sidebar, I shouldn't need this anymore. So I don't actually need my show sidebar prop because it's not even going to render unless that's true. So I can get rid of that. I still want to keep set show sidebar in there though. And then here, I also want to render out my backdrop if this is true. And then my backdrop, what props does it need? So it needs show. Well, I actually don't think I need that prop because I'm only going to render this backdrop if my sidebar is showing. So I don't think I need this. So I'm going to remove this and we're just going to return a div with a class name here. And that should be sufficient. And then we're actually going to pass an on click. And then I'm just going to pass in on click just to keep that terminology consistent. I would say it is important within your applications to keep your terminology consistent, like when you're using props and stuff like that. So when they click on the backdrop, we are going to set the show sidebar to false. So let me see. So this sets a z index to 100, but I might need to, within my sidebar CSS, I might set a z index to 200 because I want this to show on top of my backdrop. So let's see if this has worked at all. So it doesn't look like it does. So when I click on menu, I'm still just getting my menu here and nothing else is showing. So I think it's something with the styles. So maybe if I try position absolute, it is still not working. So in these situations to where something's not working where I expect it to, let me just console log showing backdrop here to make sure that I am indeed showing my backdrop. So I'll open up my console. And when I click on this, you do see that I am showing my backdrop, or at least I'm trying to. So if I go to my elements, I do have my div with my class of backdrop, but it looks like it doesn't have any height on it. So let me go back to my backdrop CSS. And maybe if I do, my height is 100 VH and my width is 100 VW, and that still does not work here. So let's go to my backdrop. So it looks like I'm not applying styles to it. So let's go back. So this is class backdrop. Oh, I am so dumb. I did not import my styles to my backdrop component. That's not going to be the first time I do that, guys. So now, hey, now if we look at it, you see that it does kind of give this blackened effect now to this. Now, we still have some issues, but at least it gets us at least partially there. So, okay. That works. It doesn't look like it's blurring, but I think that's okay for now. Let's go ahead and fix this up. So let's do background color is going to be white. My color is going to be black. And then let's also do in my unordered list, let's remove my list style type. Let's set that to none. And then I'm also going to want to, well, let's see how this looks first. Hey, we are getting there, ladies and gentlemen. And it does actually look, does it look like it's blurring this a little bit? I kind of think it does. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Maybe I'll crank up the CSS here in just a second, but this, it doesn't look terrible, but it still doesn't look quite right. So what I want to do, and it looks like it's already maybe applying a little bit of margin there, which isn't too bad, but I want to move this button over here to the right side. And then I want to space these out just a little bit. So let's go back here, and for my list items within my sidebar here, let's go ahead and give them a padding of maybe 10 pixels all around. And that spreads them out a little bit more. And then let's also grab the button here and move it to the right side. So I think I can do that with margin left set to auto. Let's make sure to select the button. Whoops. So that didn't work. Actually, I think a better way to do this would be to go, I think I could do position relative, and I could do top, or here I can do position relative, and then here I can do position absolute, and then I can do top. I'm going to do top of 0 and then right of 0. And that totally messed things up. It did move it over here, but what if okay, I didn't need to adjust it on the other element here. But now, as you can see, and let me move my page over. So it's in the top right, but it's like just a little bit too close, and I'm gonna bring that in as well. It is just a little bit too close. So for this button, let's give it some margin here. So I think just like 10 pixels all around is appropriate. Okay, so now it's moved my button over here a little bit, and I want to move my list down a little bit. So for my unordered list, I'm gonna do margin. Let's do some margin top of like 20 pixels to effectively move it down a little bit. Let's move it down a little bit more. Let's maybe do 40 pixels. Okay. So now we've moved our list items down here, and we have our X here, but we're still going to want to do, when we hover over this, we're going to want to set a little bit of a cursor to pointer. So we're going to do cursor pointer. Same thing with the button. Cursor pointer. And then for my LIs, when we hover, we're going to want to do the same thing we did for our header here. So if I go back to header CSS, we're going to want to do, when we hover, we're going to want to set this background color. And the correct thing to do here would be to go into my index.css. And then I think I can just do root. And then I can set hover background. And that's equal to my background color. I'm not 100% sure. Hold on. Let me just have ChatGPT do this. Can you write the CSS to set a global variable called hover background to background color, RGB, so on and so forth. So to define global variables in CSS, you can use CSS custom properties, also known as CSS variables, inside the root selector. Okay, so I was actually setting that up correctly. So that should work. And then we can just use var, and then we can use this hover background. So let me go back here. So now that I've set this in my root here, and I'm not sure why, I'm getting a warning here from Prettier, but it's saying that I have too many spaces here. So, so what I'm actually doing is I don't need my background color in here. I can remove that. Okay, so now it's not getting mad at me anymore. See, Prettier can sometimes catch stupid little mistakes that I make. So let me copy my hover background, and then within my header.css, we are now just going to use var hover background. And then within my sidebar.css, we're going to do the same thing and set my background color is var hover background. So if I go back, now you can see I get the same little background color when I hover over this here. And then same thing here. So I'm using the same background, and that's just using that same variable, making our code a little bit more reusable and a little bit less kind of bad there. So this all looks good. Now that looks pretty solid, I think. It looks pretty close to kind of their background. They probably maybe blur it out just a little bit more, but we're kind of getting to that effect here a little bit. So one thing I did notice is theirs is just an X instead of what I have here. So let me actually go back to this button and let's do background of none, border none. And when I hover over my button, I'm going to want to put this background on it. So I'm going to also do within my nav sidebar for my button, I'm going to also, so I'm just grouping these selectors together. I'm going to put my background color of hovering over it. So, and I need to make sure that I use the pseudo selector of hover here as well. So now when I hover over this, you see it does give that little bit of a background there. Similar to what they do here, but I think that to make this just a little bit better, for my button, I'm going to add just a little bit of padding. So let's do like 6 pixels of padding. Or maybe instead of margin here, I'll just use padding of 10 pixels. And let's also do the font size of like 20 pixels to make it a little bit bigger. So if I come back here, it's a little bit bigger. And that looks all right. I still think I actually want a little bit of margin in there though. So let's add back maybe a margin of 8 pixels now. And that moves it off the side a little bit. So I think that looks pretty good. So we have this X, we have of our hover over these. It darkens the background. It doesn't look like it's blurring it though. So let me just verify that that is true. Let's do like a big blur of 10 pixels just to make sure. Yeah, so that's not working. So let's go ahead and I think I need to put this blur on the body of my element. So this is going to be a little bit hacky, but what if I add a class list to my body or to my root element where all my content is going to be, and do that once this backdrop shows. So I actually am going to do this way. This is a little bit hacky, but sometimes you need to do stuff like this. I don't know. Need might be a strong word. You can do stuff like this, or it could be an indication that I could probably maybe structure things just a little bit better here. But let's go ahead here and do a use effect. And when this component mounts, so I'm going to add an empty array here. When this backdrop mounts, let's go ahead and see. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's document.query selector, my hashtag root, and then let's get my root element, and then let's do rootl.classlist.add blur content. And then when this component unmounts, I want to return a function that takes my rootl, and I'm going to remove my class list blur content. So when this mounts, we're going to add a class list to my root element called blur content. And when it unmounts, we're going to run this function, and that's going to remove my blur content class list. So within my backdrop styles, I'm going to do blur content. And now we're going to do this filter on it. And I have no idea if this is going to work. Hey, it definitely worked, but it worked too well. So now we can't see anything. So, okay. What I actually need to do here is something that's probably a little bit more appropriate. And that is, I can still keep this blur content. I think 10 pixels is way too strong here though. And I don't need to do this, but within my pages here, what do I want to blur? Well, I want to blur my header as well as whatever's in my homepage. So I'm going to actually wrap all of my pages in a main tag right here. And within my main tag, I'm going to just do a class name of content. All right. So I'm going to do this for all of my pages. So a main with class name of content is what we're going to render out. Main class name content for all pages. And this is going to effectively allow me to blur the content with my styles. So we've got all this here. And if we go back to my backdrop, I don't need to do this, but I can do main with a class name of content instead of my root L. And I'll do content L. And I believe this should now work. So it does indeed work a little bit, but it's still blurring my sidebar here. So how can I fix this? Well, what I can do is, well, for one, it might actually be better if I render out my sidebar instead of rendering it out within my header. It might be better if I render it out within my pages here. So render header and my sidebar within my pages. One thing that you'll notice here is that I am rendering out like my header within all these pages, which isn't necessarily wrong, but I almost feel like I should render out my app component around all of these pages. And then I could just render my header within my app component here. And then I could also render my sidebar within my app component here. And then that might allow me to kind of do this in a less hacky way. So let's go ahead and do a quick refactor here. I know this is not necessarily the funnest thing, but let's go ahead and do that. So what I'm going to actually do is, instead of just rendering my homepage, I'm going to render out my app, and I'm going to render out my homepage within my app. Okay. And then my app, it's going to take in children, and it's going to render out these children here. Okay. So what I'm doing here is, for my home path, I'm going to render my app, and then I'm rendering my homepage as a child to my app. So that is going to effectively render out my homepage there. And I'm going to do this for all of these here as well. And there's many different ways you can do this. I just think that with where we're at right now, this does make a little bit of sense to me, at least. So let's go ahead and do this and render out all of my pages within my overall app, which we weren't really using my app anyways. So I think this is going to be just fine. So now we're rendering all of my pages within my app component here, and we're rendering those children out here. So now what I can do is I can render out, and I'm going to, for now, remove this. I'm going to render out my header component, because we're definitely going to want that. And then I'm also going to render out my sidebar component, as we're going to both want my header and my sidebar. Now, a couple of things here. So we actually are going to move this up, the sidebar state. We're going to render this up here. And within my header, we don't need this anymore, or I'm going to move this to my app. So I'm going to remove all of this, and I might need to pass in my set show sidebar to my header now, which I will do. So moving this around, and then here we're going to want to show our sidebar like so. And then we're going to want to pass in set show sidebar to my header here. And then This looks good. I can clean all that up. All right, let's go back to my app here. For my children that I render here, I could render them. Well, actually, I could render my main right here alongside my header and my children. And then here I can do a class name of content. I think that should be pretty close to what I want. And we still have this blur content, but actually what I can do is instead of within my backdrop doing all of this stuff, I actually don't need to do any of that. And we can remove that use effect, which is good. And then if I go back to my app.js, instead of class name content here, what I can do is I can say, if I want to show my sidebar, then I want to do blur content, else I don't want a class at all. So if I'm showing my sidebar, I want to blur my header and my page content and just show my sidebar here. So I think use state is not defined, backdrop is not defined. So I need to make sure to import backdrop here, import use state from React. So now I'm rendering out multiple headers here. So in my pages, I still need to, need to remove that. I can also remove my main tag here. I can remove that. I can do that in all of my pages. So just let me clean this up here really quick. And hey, this is part of programming. Like sometimes you go down a route and realize that's not the best route to go. And then you have to come back and kind of restructure things a little bit to make it better. And that's what we're doing here. And, you know, it can be annoying to do, but it's just kind of got to be done when you run into a problem like I did. So I think this is going to just lead to a bit better app here at this point. So we kind of cleaned all that up. So now if I go back, so I have my header, my home page. I can still navigate between all of my pages here. And when I open up my menu, it still works here, but it doesn't look like it's blurring the content here. So let me go back. Let's go back to app. And I put blue content, which that doesn't make any sense. So let's go back to blur content. And hey, we finally got the blur effect that we wanted. Hip, hip, hooray. So yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of a cluster F to get to where we wanted to be, but now we have this blur effect. We darken the background. We have this nice little sidebar, nice little hover animations here. And honestly, like for what they have, they blur it, they darken it a little bit. They have this hover effect. They have it over here. So like for the sidebar effect that we have here, we're genuinely not too far off. And we also didn't use like any external libraries. We just did CSS and stuff. So also one thing I want to say is like, you know, I know we have only just done the header here and this sidebar, but like this will look much better once we start actually implementing our different pages here. So I think we have our navigation and our header and our sidebar mostly set up here. We might tweak this a little bit later here, but I think for now it's totally fine. So now I think we can start working on, let's start working on our homepage, and then we'll start moving through our pages here and start really making some progress. I think from here on, it'll really start to feel like we're moving a little bit quicker as there is a little bit of boilerplate needed to be set up for our different pages and our routing. And, this little sidebar feature, like we learned quite a bit of CSS, and I showed you some different things that you could do there with a little bit of a hacky solution and using ChatGPT to kind of get the CSS variables and stuff like that. So hopefully you still learned a ton from that, but let's go ahead now and move to building out this actual homepage here, this same homepage that you're going to see right here. And a good thing for you to do would be to try to build this out yourself. I think we're going to build out, well, we probably won't build out every single section here, but maybe we'll build out like the top 3 sections or the top 4 for our Cybertruck, Model X, Model S, and just this homepage here. All right. So I would say give that a go yourself, but now let's start to dive in and do this ourselves here. Also, I did have the thought that it would probably be kind of cool to also do like this shop feature, which I'm planning to record my intro after I actually finish this clone here. So you're probably already aware of that, but we're also going to like build out some version of this shop here just so we can like implement a cart and have a little bit more logic there, just because I feel like what we kind of currently have as a setup, there is some logic here and there, but I think implementing kind of the shop feature would also be kind of good for that. So with that, let's continue on this homepage here. So as you can see, looks pretty ugly here. So what we want is we want a section, this initial section here, in which it's a video background, and then we just have a little bit of text in this like top third, and then a little bit of text here or a button in the bottom third. And then we'll kind of work on building out these hero images. I think that's what they're generally called. These image sections of the different models of vehicle here. And as you can see, these are all like a very similar structure, and all could probably just be a single React component in which we pass props as like Model Y, Model 3, Model whatever, and the different buttons as well. So I think that'll be pretty straightforward, but this video background, I haven't really done this before, but I know there's like a video element in HTML, and for the record, I kind of am doing this off of the top of my head. Like I don't build this entire thing out first, so you can kind of see my thought process when it comes to like building these things, running into things I don't know how to do, and solving those kind of on the go here. So now that we have this handy dandy thing called ChatGPT, I'm going to see if it can create a React component that can basically be this home section right here. So I'm going to ask it, can you build a React JS functional component that has a video background and also has 2 sections overlaying the video that display text. One section is toward the top and one toward the bottom. The section should take up the entire viewport. So let's see what it comes up with. Sure, I want it to be a little bit more excited. I like it better when it does like, certainly, I can do that for you, sir. Like that's a little bit more cool, but whatever. So it's writing out some CSS, which is great because I definitely don't want to do that. And then it's writing out the component as well. So it's creating a video background component, and then it's kind of giving you your top and bottom overlay text for this component. So this actually looks pretty dang good. I'm not sure if I love the naming of the component as video background, because I feel like that suggest maybe there's not like this text that is involved in the video background. So yeah, but I think this will do. So let's go back to our code editor here, and I'm gonna rename this component probably. So within my components folder, let's go ahead and do a new folder, and I think that we will do. Man, now I just have video background stuck in my head, and I can't think of something better. So let's do home section. This is terrible. This is even worse than ChatGPT. Video, home section, video, background. I mean, that's not great. It's still, maybe I'll just do home section, video. Let's just do that. All right. And I don't need JSX yet. And I just broke my kind of naming convention of doing lowercase. But I think in this instance, since I have multiple words here, I'm just going to keep it like this. You guys are going to hate me for the lack of consistency here, but there are multiple words here. So making each word capital, I think, is a little bit reasonable here. So let's go ahead and just go with it. And then we'll do home section video.jsx. And then we'll also do home section video.css. And then let's go back to my man ChatGPT. And let's go ahead and grab this CSS, and you can grab this from my GitHub, assuming I remembered to put this up on GitHub, which don't put it past me. I'm not sure if I actually did do that, but I'm sure you'll let me know. And what it's going to do here is, so it's going to get the element with a video background. It's going to set it to a fixed position. I think that's going to be okay. We might need to adjust it because we are going to have to allow for, kind of this scrolling behavior. And you also see how it like snaps to position here. We can also give that a go as well. I think we can actually do that with just CSS, but we'll figure it out as we go. So as I was saying, it puts it, so full video width, z-index -1. So it puts it behind it. And then also gives some styles for this overlay text. I'm not sure if we're going to keep this here. I don't know if we're going to have to do position absolute for the overlay text. And it does do kind of top and bottom here. Let me actually go back to ChatGPT. Could you use CSS Flexbox for the overlay text styles? It's thinking, our systems have detected unusual activity from your system. Please try again later. Come on, I was being nice. So I ran out of messages in my GPT-4. I think they throttle how many messages that you can use. So I basically just started a new chat with GPT-3.5 and basically gave it the same prompt, but I asked it to use CSS Flexbox for the overlay text, but I still don't love kind of how it did things here. So it looks like it does like the same video background here, top section and bottom section. Where's it put the overlays? Oh, okay. So right there. Okay, this actually might, column space between absolute. This actually might be decent. Let me see. Flex 1. I don't know why it's doing this. Nor do I know why it's doing this or this. So let's actually just do it ourselves here. So sometimes I think ChatGPT can do stuff like that to where it's like, it kind of gives you a good starting place like it did here. And then it's just going to take a programmer to refine it a little bit. So let's come back here and let's also grab this React component here, video background, and put that in home section video, but we're gonna adjust this to be consistent. So I'm gonna do export default function home section video, and then everything else looks good. I don't think we need to import React from React here. And I can remove that comment, and we want to import home section video.css here. So we're going to need a video here, and we'll go grab that in a second. The overlay. Okay, so I think this looks okay, but let's now get a video. And then once we get a video, we will then see how this actually ends up looking. So to get a video, I'm of course not going to use, I could do like a screen recording of this, but it would look gross. So I'm just going to use a free video site called Pexels, and we're going to go to videos, and I'm going to search Tesla. And for these, we're going to use this guy right here for this. So we're going to download. Now that we've downloaded it here, I'm just going to copy and paste and put this into our project here. So I went to my Finder and I copied it and then pasted it in my SRC folder here. But within my SRC folder, so it's right here, but inside my SRC folder, I'm going to actually create a new folder. I'm going to call this assets. And then I'm going to drag this video into assets here. And then I'm also going to rename this and just say teslavid.mp4. All right, so I have my video within my assets, and then within my home section video, if I open this back up, I'm going to close out a couple of these files at the top. I am now going to want to import this video. So import Tesla vid from assets, and then let me see, it's called Tesla vid.mp4. So I'm going to import it like this. And then for my source here, I think that I can just change my SRC to be this Tesla vid. And I think that's all I need here. We're of course going to need to adjust these sections a little bit. And we'll see if I actually end up wanting to adjust the styles at all. But then we're going to go into our home page. Instead of rendering out home page here, we're going to render out our home section video. And render that out like so. And then if we go back here to the app, hey, we see that we do indeed get something here. Something looks a little bit gross there. I don't know what's going on there, but this doesn't look too terrible here. Definitely a couple of things to work out. And let me also see. Okay, so they do put all the text here in white. So that is actually going to work out because we cannot see anything with our header right now. So let's go ahead. First, let's fix the styles on these videos and see what's going on. So we have top section, homepage, top section, bottom section. And then if we go to, I did import home section video.css. So this has position fixed, right, 0, blah, blah, blah. And then I actually think that for this overlay here, I don't think that we need to do any of this. Let's just actually see if we can do Flexbox here, as I was trying to get ChatGPT to do earlier. But since AI is not going to replace me, I'm going to just do it myself. And I'm not sure if I really mean that. It is a little spooky about AI replacing developers, but I think that we're okay for a little bit. For a while, I should say. Flex direction, column, and then I want to do justify content, space. I think I want to do space around. And then I think we want to align items to the center as well. So if I come back here, it's still looking a little funky. I don't really know what's going on. Like, why is, and you can't see. So let me adjust this a little bit. Okay, so this is going to hide the URL here, but you're going to be able to see this a little bit better on the screen recording. I'm getting like a weird sort of deal down here. But let's look at this a little bit further. So maybe I have to do position absolute here. Okay, that did absolutely nothing. So that's not it. And this is where Ryan just tries a bunch of different things. Let's change this to VW and VH. And that also did nothing. But I also like to do it based on the viewport here, just for preference. So we're going to do that. Okay, so one problem is that ChatGPT, this is overlay, but this is overlay text. So that's not gonna work. And that might have been our entire issue. Okay, so we're getting there. Maybe I did need to do a position relative, absolute. Okay, so that fills the entire screen here. But I feel like we don't need to do that though. Let's go back. Position fixed. Let's go back and look at how this is structured. So we have our video here, but that should be behind everything. So video background. I don't actually currently use either of these, so I'm going to get rid of those class names. And then we got overlay. So the main issue is that this is showing up as, like, if we inspect this, this isn't being a background to these here. Like, these are being displayed as two separate blocks. So I think I need to take this out of the document flow, and I think position absolute will do that. But it doesn't do that. So maybe position fix will be fine here. I think I might actually need to take this out of the document flow as well and do position absolute on it. And maybe I also need to set the, oh, hold on. So it's setting the same Z index for all of this. So we don't want to do that. What we want to do is we want this video. I think we just want this video to have the class name of video background, not all of it. Let's see if that does anything. That does do everything. Okay. ChatGPT, why are you leading me down a stray like that? So let me see if I can remove this now. And then head back. And I can. So this actually all looks pretty good, except those still look gross. And that's because I just need to increase the size of this a little bit. So if I come back here, I think I should be able to, for this overlay, I think I should be able to also do a width and height of a hundo. So let's do that. And then we come back here and that is looking much better, except I don't love, what if I just do width and height 100 for both of these? So I want it to be exactly, I don't want it to be a minimum. So we have these scroll bars. I want my page to scroll vertically, but hide horizontal scroll bars. How can I do this in CSS? All right, cool. Overflow X, hidden, overflow Y, auto. So let's go back and see if that works. See, like, I almost view ChatGPT right now as a replacement to just Googling and Stack Overflowing things. Like, I do think it's a little bit quicker at stuff like that, and it gives me a pretty good response. Cool. So now we see we do have this like a little bit of like this white kind of margin or border around here. Let's inspect that and see. Okay. This also looks off. I don't know why it's doing that. Is it doing that when I go mobile mode all the time? So it is. So it's preserving the aspect ratio of that video, which I don't want it to do. Let's ask ChatGPT. So that's kind of what we have though, right? Home section video. Yeah. Do I need to set my video element to cover and maintain its aspect ratio? I don't know if I want that, but let's see what it does. So we go to cover. Hey, that's what we want. Okay, cool. So we have kind of a little bit of what we want here. We definitely want our text in white, but I think that maybe we might just be able to set that in our body here. Set like the default color to be white. And that does work. All right. So we're getting there, guys. So look at this. Look at us. We have basically built Tesla. Okay, we have a little bit further to go, but you can start to see stuff come together a little bit better here. So that is good. Now, what do they have? Experience Tesla, schedule a demo drive today. Let's go ahead and do that. So in this video section, we will do an H1 with experience Tesla. And then what do you think? Like, I'm thinking an H5, schedule a demo drive today. And that doesn't look great. So we're going to adjust the overlay and we're going to do text align to be center. And that looks much better. And the bottom section, what's that say? Demo drive. And looks like it's a button with some fancy styles. So let's go do that. So home section video, instead of an H1, we're just going to do a button. And what did it say again? Demo drive. So let's do that. Demo drive. And this is also going to look gross, but we'll fix it. So let's add some styles to this. So the Tesla styles for their button, it has a white border around it. And then when you hover, it does black text and a white background. So, and it looks like it has a little bit of border radius here. So let's go back here. Let's do my overlay and select the button. And then what we're going to do is a background of none. And then we're going to do border. It's going to be 1 pixel solid white. Border radius is going to be, I don't know, what do you guys think? 20 pixels maybe? So we need to do that. And then I think they also had a bigger font size here. So let's just do like 20 pixels. And then we'll do overlay button, but on hover here. Now we're going to do the background is going to be white. And then the color of the button or the color of the text is going to be black. And then we're also going to put a little bit of a transition. So like, let's do all 1 second. So it just takes a little bit, and that's going to be too long. So let's do all 0.3 seconds. So it's just a little smoother. So if I come back here, so definitely too much border. Button needs a little bit of padding here. And we need a cursor pointer. And we need to make the text white when it's not being hovered. So color is going to be white. We're going to add a bit of padding. Let's do 10 pixels. We added way too much border radius, so let's do 5 pixels for that. So now let's check it out. Okay, that doesn't look as bad. I forgot to do cursor pointer. Come on, Ryan. And I think not just on hover, but we want to do that all the time. Cursor pointer. All right, so that looks pretty decent. Let's look at theirs again. So they have theirs a little bit wider. So let's go ahead and do, and I don't think theirs is quite as big. So let's do 16 pixels. And then for the padding, let's do 10 pixels top and bottom, but 20 pixels left and right. And see how that looks. A little bit more left and right. So let's do 40 pixels left and right. So here's ours. Looking pretty good. And here's theirs. So I think that's pretty close. I don't think they actually have a transition on it, but we're fancier than Tesla. So, and I think theirs is actually a little bit wider. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's just crank her up to 60 pixels. All right. And that's looking pretty good there, right? So yeah, here's the homepage, guys. We have built out this top header. We have some text here, the video, the background, and this menu item. So this is their app, of course. And then if we go to ours, see we have our header. You know, there are some styling differences. And now I'm seeing, it looks like we should adjust this background hover effect here. But we have experience Tesla, schedule a demo drive. You know, they have a little bit different font, a little bit different positioning here. And it looks like for their text here, it's a little bit darker. So let's go ahead and go to my header styles. And actually, see, this is where it comes in handy that we used CSS variables. So I can just tweak this a little bit. Let's just do a little bit darker and let's see if that looks a little bit better here. And do they switch to black text on hover? They don't, do they? So I think what I actually need to do is just tone down the opacity a little bit on it. Because like that is still pretty in your face. So let's go ahead and do RGBA. And then like 0.3 maybe. So it's almost like non-existent. Yeah, that looks a lot better. I think we can even tone it down further. So let's do 0.2 and then come over it. Yeah, that looks much better. It's not, you know, exactly what they have, but it's pretty good. And then you can see, so a little bit of an issue we have going on there, but we'll address that as we go here a little bit. So this is looking pretty decent, I would say, but let's add a few more of the sections of their homepage here. So we need to add our section for, we're going to do the Model S, Model X, and Cybertruck here. And then we'll also do the snap to scroll as well. So let's go ahead and start working on those sections. And then one thing that we're definitely going to have to do at some point is fix whatever's going on here with kind of this behavior here as well, because this little stripe at the top doesn't look right. But we'll address that maybe once we finish the homepage. We'll come back to that. All right. So let's continue building out these sections here. So heading back to the code editor here, what we need to do, and actually let's first see what we need to do. So I actually need a very similar component here as what I did before, but instead of a video, it's just an image. And then we have 2 buttons here instead of just the one. So I'm going to make this a different component just because there's kind of more going on with a video. in which for the images, I think that we're going to be able to make those a little bit easier. So, or a little bit differently. So going back here, let's actually ask ChatGPT if it can give us a good start here. So can you create me a React functional component that has an image background taking up the entire view port, and then some text toward the top of the component overlaying the video, and 2 buttons toward the bottom also overlaying the video. Here's an example of blah, blah, blah. And it went way too fast for me to see this. So basically what it has here is it created an image background component. It has a div to where it sets an image background, and it has my kind of top section and bottom section here. And this is the overlay. So I actually think this looks pretty decent. See how here it can do it all with CSS, to whereas our earlier component, we needed to use the video HTML here. So you can't just set with CSS, set some background as a video. That would have actually made it easier to make these the same component, but we're just going to do it like this. So with this, I again don't love the styles it's putting on the overlay text. So we're probably just going to use the styles for the image background and maybe the overlay as well. But apart from that, we're mostly just going to kind of use this template for a component here. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to move this back. And again, this is where I think ChatGPT like shines, is like giving you just like a template for something, and then you can adjust it yourself. So for my components, so the first one we called home section video. I don't want to do this time because for this component specifically, we're going to be able to reuse this a lot. So like on our homepage, we have Model 3, Model Y, Model S. So all these same components here. But then if we go to Model S, you see, well, this is basically the same component here as well. Like it's a background image, some text towards the top, 2 buttons at the bottom. Yeah, it has another little fancy thing here, but we could definitely feed that in as a component or something. And that's like the initial landing page for these. Same thing with the X. Same thing for the, was I just on the S? Yeah, it was. But it's the same for all of them. So we're going to do a pretty similar thing. And then we can build out like, maybe we'll do 3 sections for the S, X, and Cybertruck of these kind of full image things, and then kind of move from there. But let's first make the rest of this. So going back to VS Code here in my components, we're going to call this a new folder, and it's going to be a section that has an image background and some text. So let's just do, I'm going to just do image background section. And then here we're going to do image background section.jsx. And here we're going to do image background section.css. So for the JSX, we are going to go ahead and I'm going to move this back up here so you can see kind of where I'm at in my code editor here. But we're going to paste this in here, and we're going to do the same thing we did before, keep things consistent. We don't need that. So we're going to do export default image background section. And then we're going to do this and this. Now, this is actually interesting. So we're going to want to set this background programmatically here. So, and I forgot to put function in front of this as well. So we're not going to actually want to just do ChatGPT wants us to just do a URL here. We're not going to actually want to do that, but we can import an image and set that as our background and then kind of move from there. So I'm going to just copy these top two. I'm not even sure if I'm going to use overlay, but let's go back here. And then for this, we're going to remove our background image because we're going to actually set that programmatically here. We're going to do style, and then we're going to say background image. And I'm not actually sure if this is going to work. And then some image here. And we're going to see if this works. If this doesn't work, we might need to use an image component, because what I'm getting at is that we're going to want to probably pass a prop to this component, which is the image that we want to use for our background, because we're going to want to reuse this component across our pages. So we're going to do something like that. And then we're also going to want to, well, let me go back and check, but I think we're going to want to pass this text at the top here and this here. So let me think about how I want to do this. I think we could do like top heading and top description, maybe. Top heading, top description. Or I could just do like top text. I think I'm just going to do maybe just heading in general and do that. Actually, it does have a description here for the homepage. So let's do heading description as two props. And then we have these button components. But if we go to the page itself, like model 3, okay, so it is the same button components, order now and demo drive, right? Same as our homepage here. Order now, demo drive, a little bit different styles, but we're not going to worry about that. So we can keep the buttons the same, but we're also going to want this optional like descriptor component, but we'll handle that once we get to these. So I think for now, we just need to add header, description, and we'll kind of bake in our two buttons here. So let's go ahead and we're going to pass a background image, header, and a description. So this background image, I'm hoping this will work. We're going to set that to our image background here. And then we're not going to have that within our styles here. And we need to import not app.css, but image background section.css. And then our header is going to be our h1. And actually, this semantically speaking, I think we should only have one h1 per page. So we're going to actually make this an h2. And more descriptive might be actually doing header text, but I don't know. I tend to not try to get too caught up in that stuff, although sometimes it can be important. But we're just going to make this a p tag. And then for our buttons here, those are going to say order now and demo drive. So we're going to do order now and demo drive. So now we need to go get some images here. So let's go back to Pexels and grab a few different images that we can use here. So let's go photos and let's just search Tesla again and see if we can get if there's any kind of decent ones. And I think I want horizontal orientation. So this might, okay, this one actually looks decent. So I think that's a Model 3 though. You guys probably don't care if this is like, okay, that's a Model S. We could use that for our Model S. That's an older one. But thanks to that guy, I just downloaded that. Now I'm going to copy and put this in my assets folder here. So go ahead and go to your download. If you did just download this, just copy it, put it in your assets folder, and then we'll use it from there. So I have this in my assets folder. I'm going to rename it just to be, I'm going to just do Model S, Model-S. So now we need to go back to our home page, and I have my home section video. And now I'm going to do my image background section. So this is where I'm going to need to pass a few different props here. We're going to do the header, and that is going to be, I think it's just Model S. And then we're going to want to do a description, and let's go see what they have as their description here. So starting at whatever, and hold on, let me actually go back here. So we're doing the Model S. So it actually is just view inventory. So let's just go ahead and go with that. View inventory, question mark. And prettier, I wanted this on multiple lines. Background image. So here, this is where we're going to import Model S. And let's make it clear it's an image. And we're going to import that from assets, and then Model S dot, and I think this is a JPEG, something like that. So there we go. And then it did wrap that. So, okay. Now we have our image background section, passing it the necessary props it needs. And there's a chance that this works, but there's also a chance it doesn't work. So okay. So it definitely didn't work, but Model S, view inventory, and then that's like rendered within our order now in demo drive. So interesting. Let's see what the CSS is looking like here. I don't actually want, I'm going to remove that. Okay. Experience Tesla demo drive. Okay. So we have our two different sections now, but as you can see, the background image is not showing up. Let me go back. Let me see if ChatGPT knows what to do. I need to programmatically set my background image via a prop in React. Can you refactor to do that? Okay, it says it can. So I need to do it like this. Okay. So let's go back. So instead of just doing this, I need to make this a template string. So I'm using the backticks. And then I need to say URL and then parenthesis, $ curly brace, close that curly brace, close my parenthesis. And now that might work, but it might not. Okay. Hey, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. I now have my homepage. That's a video. And then we scroll down and we see the Model S. This should probably be black here based on this. So let's go ahead and change that. Well, depending on our image, we might not always want this to be black. So I mean, I could pass it as a prop. I don't know. What do you think? Does that look terrible? Yeah, it does. Maybe I should put, can I do an image overlay to just darken this a little bit? Let me see. Overlay to the image to darken it a bit. Nice. So it says to put some before content to my image background and to put a background color to that. So that actually might be somewhat genius. So let's go ahead and do as it's saying. So saying put this to position relative and then do this. Yeah. I get how opacity works. So let's go back. Hey, that looks a lot better. However, my text is getting darkened as well, and we don't want that to happen. So I'm going to do dot overlay, and maybe I can ask ChatGPT to fix this. I'm going to say, that's great, but it also, it already did fix it, guys. I just ignored it. It wanted me to do my overlay and give it a Z index and a position relative, which is what I was going to try. So let's do that. And then I feel like I've used this overlay name before. So I'm going to, and that might actually be what I've run into with that issue with the menu that we had earlier, but we'll tackle that one in a sec. Hey, there we go. So now we have our nice little menu. Man, something is going on with opening this up. We'll fix this as soon as we finish this page though. I think I have some colliding styles here, but we'll be able to debug that and get that working again. Don't you worry. So, okay, we have this, and then Model S, view inventory, order now, demo drive, and it looks like that's still, so it's using the same styles here, which I'm totally cool with. So yeah, okay, so they do have a little bit of margin between those buttons. So let's go back and do a little bit of that here. So for these, let's do dot bottom. And this is where just using basic CSS can get tricky because I think we are running into some style collisions with why my menu isn't working, but we'll fix that. Let's just do some margin, and we're going to do top and bottom of 0 pixels, but left and right, let's just do 10 pixels. And that's not my app, that's their app. So that gives a little bit, maybe we'll do a little bit more. 20 pixels, give it a little more room to breathe. Yeah, I think that looks good. And I'm fine with keeping these styles here. So I think that looks solid. So, and guys, this whole time, did I spell this wrong this entire time? Tesla? Okay. Why didn't anybody let me know? So let's go back. What was that home section video? That was my styles. Tesla. Okay. There we go. So I think this is looking pretty snazzy here, but let's now do the Model X as well as the Cybertruck. And lucky for us, the way that we structured this is actually going to be pretty easy. So should we use this for the Model X? Or is that a Model X too? Let me just search. Model X. Okay, so it included like actual models. Not what we're trying to do right now anyways. I think this one looks good because it's already blackened out, except, yeah, that'll work. So I'm going to do that Model X. You can do whatever you want to do, but let's also do, I don't know if any pictures of the Cybertruck are going to exist on this website. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get a picture of the Cybertruck on this website right now. So, shoot. Well, instead of doing a picture of the Cybertruck, since we can't find it, what if I just do Tesla truck? Oh, I could do a Ford Raptor. I mean, that kind of works, right? What if I just do like futuristic truck? Ford Raptor. Should I use a Ford Raptor? Hey, I can't use those. Let's just do truck and see what we find for a truck. Does anybody else kind of wish, like, the Cybertruck's cool and all, but like, I personally have a GMC truck, and I kind of wish that they would have made something that looks a little bit more like an actual truck. I'm not going to lie. Well, I mean, if we can't do a Cybertruck, we might as well use this old school truck right here. Am I right? Okay, let's just do that. The image of this is not really going to matter. So I'm going to copy both of these images, put it in my assets folder, and I will see you in just a second. All right. So you can do the same with whatever images you use. All right. So I have these in here now, and this is what we are going to call our Cybertruck. Maybe I should have checked if they had these images before, and because then I would have just done like the Model 3, but I don't know. That's a cool looking old truck anyways. Although it has like fire line, do not cross. Okay, whatever. And then let's go to the Model X and rename that just to be Model X. That is the Model X, right? Yeah, the Falcon doors and whatnot. So now we have our different images. So we can go back to our homepage, and now, assuming everything is working correctly here, I can now do Model X and the Cybertruck. And we're just going to have to import Model X image from our assets folder. Model X, and was it a JPEG? Yeah, they are all JPEGs. So JPG. And then here, we're going to go down yonder to the Chattahoochee and then get the Cybertruck image. And then we'll do Cybertruck. And if nothing's broken, I should be able to go back to my React app, and we should see the Model S, Model X, and the Cybertruck. Nice. I'm pretty stoked. So, hey, we have done a pretty good job on this homepage, if you ask me. We have all of our different kind of things here, in which, yeah, it looks a little bit different, but it's mostly just looking a little different because like styles and stuff like that. Like, if you really wanted to, you could definitely go style things differently here and make everything's link up just fine. So I think this looks awesome. So what I want to do now is, let's see if we can do this scroll snap feature that it's doing here, to where like you get partially on it and then it snaps to the page. So within our app, I would ideally get to like right here, and then it would snap to be the Model S here. And then I'd get here, and then it'd snap to the Model X. And then we'd get here, and then I'd snap to the Cybertruck. So let's go ahead, and I think it makes sense to ask our handy dandy friend this. So I want to have the browser snap to a section when it's mostly in view. How can I do this? I think I can do it just using CSS. Maybe I should have said, can I do this? Okay. So to achieve the snapping effect, when a section is mostly in view, you can use CSS scroll snap. You can define positions to where you allow it to snap to. Here's an example of how to implement it. So I have a container, scroll snap type, Y mandatory. And then this, I can have a section, and then it will snap it into place. Let's go ahead and give this a go. So I think my container can just be my body element of my page. So let's do index.css. And then I think that I can do this. And then I might need to also have my height be 100 VH. Let's see if that broke anything first before I do that. So did I break you? Okay, everything still looks good here. Does this work yet? Nope, still looks disgusting. All right, we'll fix that in a sec. Don't worry. And if I forget to fix that, definitely comment below and chew me out for doing so, because I 100% do genuinely intend to come back and make sure that's working like it was. So, and then I just need to do dot section and do the scroll snap align. So I'm going to do this. And then do I use like a section class anywhere here? What am I doing? Let's do view, explore. So for my homepage here, for my image background sections, I want to add a class name of section. Can I just do that? Okay, that doesn't seem to be working. Let me ask ChatGPT. I think I have to do like an array of classes or something. How can I add multiple classes in React to a JSX element? Class 1, class 2. I think that's effectively what I did, right? You can also do an array and then join those together. But I think what I did is actually fine. So I think that should actually be okay. So I just beat myself. No, I did beat myself. I beat my head against the wall for about 20 minutes here trying to figure out what in the heck is going on. So I found a structure that fixed all of our issues. Okay. So what I did is within my homepage here, instead of what we had before, in which I was trying to add a section, and you're going to hate me for like doing this, but I'll walk you through with what I did and how you can get this to work as well. So for our kind of home section video here, I was trying to put a section like as a class name up here. And then I was trying to do the same thing with the image background section. I was putting the section in here. You actually don't need to do that. Okay. And that doesn't work as well as what I found works. So remove those sections if you did have them. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is in my homepage here, I'm going to wrap all of my sections with a section HTML component that is set with a class name of section. Okay. So I'm wrapping all of my sections with an HTML section component here. Okay. So pretty straightforward. But then I'm going to also, my homepage, I'm going to wrap that with a div that has a class name of container. All right. So those are only the changes that I made here. So class name container, and those are all wrapped in a section. And then in my index.css, what I did was on my body, I put overflow Y as hidden. Okay, so on your body, put overflow Y as hidden. And then on for your class container, that's where you're going to want overflow Y as scroll snap type is Y mandatory, and then height is 100 VH. And then for your sections, dot section, set your height to 100 VH and scroll snap align to start. Okay. And this gets us most of the way there. So I made those two changes, but then also within your header, I believe within your header, this is just a nav right here. And one thing I hadn't done is style this navigation element here. So in your header.css, I added a selector for nav, and I set that to position fixed with a top and right of 0, and then a width of 100 VW. Okay, so it's all entire width, and it's fixed to the top of our page. That was important for me to do to fix what was going on. Okay, so those are the only changes I made right here within header.css. And then within my sections here, I removed the class name of section for these components. So those, I just removed the section class name. And then for my homepage, wrap all of your sections with a HTML section with a class name of section, and then wrap it all with a div with a class name of container. And then in your index.css, add these two rules for your container and your section. And on your body, do overflow Y as hidden. All right, so those are the changes I made. If you need to go grab any of that code off of GitHub, feel free to do so. And you should be all set. But heading back here, now you see I still have this scroll bar at the bottom. I think we might be able to fix that with, I think we can actually do overflow X as hidden on our container. And yes, it does indeed fix that. So, okay. Now this is like our home. And as we scroll here, you see that it snaps to position like magic. Boom. Snap into position. Perfect. And we'll go up, snaps to position. And when I open my menu, you see we now have our blur effect and our menu, and nothing is broken anymore. Hallelujah. So we now effectively have very similar to what Tesla has here. See how they snap to position? Just like us, because we are as good as the Tesla developers, which is not true, but it is true. You guys are awesome. So with that gives us our homepage. I think our homepage is effectively done now, or as far as I'm going to take it, you can of course take it further, but that gives us I think this actually looks pretty dang good. And then, so we have our homepage, but we don't have much in our Model S page, and like our background looks kind of gross here. So we definitely need to work on that. We need to work on Model X, Cybertruck, and then also we still have the cart to go. But this is actually going to go pretty quick here, as the landing page of all of these pages is effectively the component we already made. We do need to add like this single component here, but effectively speaking, like we already got this. We already have these landing pages down. So let's go ahead here and let's just build out the landing page for our Model S, Model X, and our Cybertruck, because it's effectively just going to be this component right here. So within our code here, I think this, and I'm going to close all of my files here. All right. So closing out of everything up top here, which for you, it's off the screen a little bit, but just trust I'm doing as I'm saying. So closed everything out. So now what I want to do is I want to put one of these image background components, but I want to put this in the Cybertruck page, the Model S page, and the Model X page. So just like our homepage here, I'm going to have a div with a class name container. And let's start with the Cybertruck. So I'm going to do a div here, div, and then we're going to do class name is container. Okay. And then just like my homepage, I'm not going to have the home section video because that they don't do that for all their pages here. I am going to just do this image background section, but for the Cybertruck. And we are also, I think the scroll to snap thing is kind of cool. So let's keep doing that kind of across our application. I think that makes sense to do here. So let's go ahead and remove Cybertruck here and do this. Now, as you probably already can tell, I need to import this. So I need to import image background section from that. And I also need to import my Cybertruck image from my assets folder. Oh, my dog's having a bad dream right now, which is always sad. And I think it's a JPEG. And I think that should give us the background of our page. Image background section is not defined. Oh, why do I always do that? But that should not work. Okay, something's going on here. I don't know where that came from, but okay, this looks correct now. Okay, so if I click Cybertruck, we now see the big old Cybertruck here as our kind of landing page. So this is like the cool thing about React. We can reuse these functional components all over the place, and yeah, it works quite well. Now we are going to have to add, so we're going to have to add something like this that they kind of do here. But I think that will be actually pretty easy. I mean, this is just like a list of stats. So let's go ahead and I'm going to have to adjust my image background section a little bit. But before I do that, let's just go ahead and add this landing page to all of my pages. So Model S, I'm going to just copy and paste and div with a class name and container section. But instead of this, we're going to do Model S, and we're going to have to import everything, but it's going to be the same imports as this. So import that, but we actually want the Model S image from the Model S JPEG. And then if we go back, and my header is gone here because I did something wrong, but that's fine. We'll fix that in a sec. Model. And then did I do underscore S? Yeah. Okay, so we have our Model S landing page, which is looking good. And they put plaid here. I mean, you guys can change that if you want. I'm going to just keep view inventory right now because it's pretty trivial to change. So let me go back here and let's do the Model X, and then I'll figure out why within those pages it's not including my header anymore like it was in the past. And knowing me, I probably messed something like super easy up. So here, but we're going to want this to be Model X image from assets dot Model X here, Model X. So now if I go to Model X, we see our Model X landing page. Now I've lost my header here. I don't particularly know what's going on with that. So let's go back to my home page. So I think maybe one of the biggest differences is maybe my header is being shown like behind something. So maybe I need to like set my Z index on this to be like a little bit higher. And that is actually what was going on. So my Z index wasn't working correctly, but setting a Z index on our nav here to a little bit more fixes the issue. It was just getting covered by the background image. All right. So there we go. There's our homepage, Model S, X, Cybertruck. And you get a little bit of a flash there because it's loading the video, but I think that's fine for now. So cool. So we have all of our landing pages here. Now what we need to do is and does this work? Did we ever test this? Cybertruck, Model X, Model S, homepage. So yeah, this works. But we could close this modal on click. I mean, some people like that behavior, some people don't. I'm pretty impartial to it, but if you want, you can close this modal or the sidebar when we click like Model X, Cybertruck and stuff. But the main thing I'm worried about right now is that it navigates correctly and it looks like it does. So now that we have these different pages in place, what we need to do here is we need to add like the little text here towards the top to where it kind of gives like some different features of Model S, X, and Cybertruck. So to do that, we're going to need to adjust our image background component a little bit here, in which we have like an optional UL that we show here. So what I think that we can do is add another prop here called like feature items. And then we're going to set this as a default to an empty array. And then what we'll do here is we'll just say effectively if, well, maybe, yeah, I think it's fine to render this out here. We'll see how it looks. I might pull this up a little bit into the body of my component if this looks a little bit gross, but we'll see how this looks. Feature items, and then we'll check if the length of these items is greater than 0, then we are going to render out. Actually, we're going to want to map over these items. So I think that, yeah, this is going to be fine. So if its length is greater than 0, then we're going to map over them. And what are these items going to contain? Well, it's basically going to be like, I'm going to just say a header and a description, or a title, description. So we're going to just render out a title and I think DESC. Nah, I won't be lazy. Description. And then we're going to render out. We're just going to render out a. Actually, we don't. This is right, but we're actually going to just say if it's greater than 0, then we are going to return an unordered list. And within that unordered list, there we're going to map over our feature items. And I'm going to paste what I just had, feature items.map. And then we're going to return a list item that has, well, actually, yeah, we're going to return a list item. Whoops. An li, but this li, it's going to have like, I don't know, maybe an h6, which is going to be the title. And then a p tag is going to be the description. And then I need to set the key, and we're just going to set that is equal to the title. So what I'm saying here is if we have feature items, then we're going to want to render out this feature item component. And we're going to map over our feature items, and we're going to place those in an unordered list that is above order now and demo drive. Now, we're going to give this a class name of feature items here. And that's not consistent with my other class name. So we'll do this. And I'm not sure if all my class names have been consistent. That would generally be a good idea for you guys to do. But now let's go to the Cybertruck page. And then let's just do const feature items. And this is going to be an array of objects. And each object is going to have a title. And this is going to be like, 2.3 second, 0 to 60. And then a description of very fast. Okay. And because this is just trivial at this point, we're going to just leave that as all four of them. Of course, if you want to, you can come in here and you can do like, the 0 to 60, the range, all that stuff. But like at this point, it's just a matter of changing this text. And I think that is, a pretty trivial thing that, it's just taking us more time and you're not actually learning more stuff. So let's render out those feature items here as a prop to this background section. And then if I go to my Cybertruck, you see, I do get my feature items here, but you also see it definitely needs some styling. So let's go ahead and give this some styles, and then we can implement this in our Model S and Model X. Okay. So where are we at? Let's go to our image background section, and let's style our feature items. So we go to our CSS, we can do our dot feature items, and this is going to be our UL, and we want to do display flex for sure. Justify content is going to be, we're going to space these evenly, and then we're going to do align items to the center, and then we're going to do list style type is going to be none. So this should already get it looking a lot less gross, and it does. So as you can see, this is already looking, honestly, this looks pretty decent. And it does kind of make me laugh that these are all the same. Actually, it doesn't make me laugh. Why would I laugh at that? That is not even funny. This is where my girlfriend would give me like a stupid look and be like, dude, why are you laughing at this? This is not funny at all. But let's get these list items, and the way they do it is this is bigger than this. So let's go ahead and do the same thing. So let's do within our feature items, let's get our H6s and give those some style. So feature item H6, and then we'll do font size 16 pixels. And then let's do our paragraph tags, and then maybe like 12 pixels. Let's go back and look at what this looks like. And that's looking okay. I think they can actually be bigger though. So let's do 20 and 14. And then let's also do our feature items, LI, And let's give them all a little bit of padding of 10 pixels here. Spread them out a little bit more. And then maybe a little bit of margin left and right. So 0 pixels, and let's do 10 pixels left and right. And that spreads that out a bit more as well. And I think that is it's looking pretty decent. I don't think we need, I think I actually did that wrong. Did I do that wrong? Hold on, let me see. No, that was correct. But I want to actually give a little bit more left and right. And I only want my padding. I don't want it to be top and bottom. I just want it to be left and right as well. So there's that. I don't need so much margin there. So let's crank that Soldier Boy back to 15. And there's still a little bit too much margin. So those must have some default margin top and bottom on them or something. So let me go ahead and set this margin to 0 pixels and see if, yeah, that brings them together. So sometimes the browser will put these default styles on stuff and it kind of makes things look a little bit gross there. So overall, I would say this looks pretty decent, but you can see that they're kind of like off centered a little bit. Let's see. I think for this bottom section, I just want to make sure it's all centered. So let's do bottom section right here. So let's do display, flex direction, column, and then we're going to want to do align items center. And then that does center everything, but now you can see our buttons are not how we want them. So for our buttons, let's go back here and let's just wrap these in a div. And this might be all we need. So I'm going to come back and check this, and that is all we need. So this looks pretty good. They still look a little off center though, don't they? Oh, because it has this. Why does it always do this? It gives it some leading margin on it. So I probably didn't even need to do what I just did. So padding of 0 pixels. You got to be careful with that. Those default styles. Okay, that actually looks good. So yeah, I think that looks pretty solid. So, it's not exactly the same, but it's looking pretty good here. So now let's go ahead and do the Model S and the Model X. And this should go pretty quickly, as it's basically going to be exactly what we just did here. So let's go back to our Cybertruck page. And I'm going to use the same feature items. So feel free to change these up if you would like. But this is just one of those things to where I don't think it really matters that much. So we're going to just use those for both of our pages. Whoops. And do this. And we'll add our feature items is feature items. And then ipso facto, we now have all of our little feature items above our different buttons here. Our menu still works. And we still have our sick homepage with our little snap feature. And you see how these don't have the feature items, just like how Tesla does, because we didn't pass them as a prop there. So, hey, it's starting to come together here, don't you think? Like, things are looking pretty good. But now let's add to our Model S, X, and Cybertruck. All we're going to do is add like a couple more sections here. So for the Model X, you see how it has like this hero image, and then it has like, a carousel of images and text here. Maybe we'll do just an image, and then maybe we'll do a carousel, or maybe I'll show you how CSS grid works, and we'll just do a grid like this. I actually think that kind of looks cool. So let's just do like an image and then a grid section. And then we'll do that for all of our, we'll do that for the X, Cybertruck, and Model S. Then we'll implement the cart. And then we're pretty good. The cart will take us some time, but I think we should move through the other two sections of this pretty quickly. So hang in there. You're doing an awesome job. But now let's move to just adding a couple more sections to like our different model pages. And then we'll get to the shopping cart after that. We already have like this image background component. So I think that we can make like maybe an image background component that doesn't have any text. So let me go back to our app here. And for this image background, I mean, we could make this section just have an option to have no text in it and pass it as a prop, or we could create a different component that just doesn't have any text whatsoever. And I think, either one would be fine here, but I'm kind of thinking we keep this image background section the way it is, and we actually just create a new component here. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. You could do it either way though. I think either is fine, but let's do image background. And then I'm specifically going to call this one no text. And then let's create a new file, image background.jsx. And I'm going to rename that to suck less. So let's do image background no text.jsx, and then a new file, and we'll do image background no text.css. Although I actually don't think we're going to need to write new CSS for this. So let me actually delete that and cancel that. And I'm going to go back to my image background section. I'm going to copy this entire file here. And I'm going to go back to my image background no text. I'm going to paste this file in. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to keep my just initial div right here. So we're just going to render out this div, and we're going to keep the class name of image background. We're going to remove all these props. I don't need to import the CSS here because I already import it in my image background section. And let's do image background no text. And I believe this is all we need. And let's go back to the Model S page here. I'm going to do another section here, and I'm going to give it a class name of section. So we still have our snap to whatever thing. And then we're going to do image background no text. And I need to still pass this an image. So I'm going to pass it the Model S image again, but we can go grab another photo here. I just want to see if this works. So added another section here. And as you can see, we now have just a section that is a blank image here. And you see it does its little snap do feature there. So that looks really good. Let's go grab another Model S image on Pexels and see if we can find another one quick that looks pretty good. Let's do a horizontal one only. Okay, these are not Tesla Model S's, except that one is. Okay, let's just do Tesla car and see if we can find a Model S here. So I think that's technically Model 3, but if we have to use one of those, that's fine. Where to use this one? This one just kind of looks cool, but it's definitely not a Tesla. I don't want to spend too much time looking at these. So since I am not seeing a Model S here, let's just use, well, let's actually just use this kind of Tesla logo here. And then I think it's fine for us to reuse this across pages. Like you already get the gist of how we could change the image and make this look better. So I'm going to download this, put it in the project, and I'll see you in just a second. All right. So I now have this in my project here, and I'm going to change the name of this. I'm going to just say Tesla. And I think this is maybe a part of a charger. So I'm going to do Tesla charger. But if you actually know what this is, then you can, of course, use a correct name here. But I'm going to go to the Model S. And then we just need to import Tesla charger image from our assets folder here. Assets. And then Tesla charger. I think it was a JPEG, but if this doesn't work, we'll know in a hurry. And I'll paste that in there. And then we'll go back to our React app here. And we do see the Tesla charger image is now in place. So I think that looks fine and all. So let's go ahead and add this image to the Model X and Cybertruck. I think you could definitely go ahead and do this yourself. So give that a try, and then I'll do it here right now. So all we need to do, super easy, we can just grab this section. We can go to our Model X page. We can paste this section in, and I am going to have to import this background image, no text. And we're also going to need to import my Tesla charger image from the assets folder here, JPG. And then I'm going to copy this again, go to the Cybertruck page, put this in here, import this here, and then we're going to import our Tesla charger image from our assets folder here again, JPG. And if we go back to the app here, we should see on the Model S page, we have this little image. Model X, we have this image as well. Cybertruck, we also have this image. So, this, you could definitely switch these images to make them unique to the Model X, the Cybertruck, so on and so forth. But I don't think doing that is gonna facilitate your learning a whole lot. And you already get the gist of how we could do that. So I think right now, this is a just fine implementation here. So there we go. We're getting these pages built out. Now let's do one more kind of section here for our kind of main pages. And I'm thinking that we just do kind of like a little image grid, like what you see here. So I think this could be its own component that we could reuse across our different pages here. And I think for the layout of this, we can use CSS grid. That'll give me a chance to show you kind of one way to see how that works. And then we really just need a component that it has a little bit of text. And I could definitely do this with Flexbox as well. But I think that this definitely looks like a grid, so we can do it with a grid. But maybe I can ask ChatGPT to write a React component that looks like this. So let's see if we can do that and save us some time. So can you write a React JS functional component that contains 2 images and 2 sections of text in a 2x2 grid? You should use CSS grid for styles, and the component should accept props for the images and text. And let's see if it gives us a good kind of starting place for this, so we don't have to write all of the text for this. So as you can see, it rolls through this pretty dang quick here. So it gives us a image grid in which it gives a grid container. And then our first grid item is an image with the SRC being set to image 1. And then second grid item, and it does the same thing here. And then it writes the CSS here. So let's go ahead and use this. And then it shows an example of how to use this component as well. So let's just go ahead and turn this into a component here and give this a go. So as you can see, when using ChatGPT, I really just like to, and I'm going to call this image grid as well. I really just like to kind of get a template and then just kind of tweak the template. And I think that that prevents me from, like, sometimes when I'm thinking about a component, I'm thinking like, how do I kind of get started on this? And it's almost like you have that writer's block of not really knowing where to kind of start. So I think ChatGPT does a good job of kind of getting you started. So I'm going to create an image grid folder with a image grid.jsx within my components page. And I'm going to paste in here what I got from ChatGPT. And I'm going to eventually want to import image grid.css. And I'm going to keep things consistent. So I'm going to do export default function image grid, and then we're going to remove the export down here. And I also don't need to import React from React because I'm on a new enough version to where I don't need to do that anymore. So this is our grid component. And then let's go back and grab the CSS. And it looks like I needed to save my Model S page. So I just went back and did that real quick. But let's take this styles here, come back, and we'll create a image grid.css. And then we'll paste this in here. And now I want to, let's go to the Model S page. I'm going to do another section here with the class name of section. And within this, let's do a image grid. Now, I need to pass this 2 images, as well as I need to pass it the text. So let's just at first here pass it the Model S image as well as the Tesla charger image. And I think that we're actually probably fine to just use these for this section. If you want to use new images, you can, and you can just pass them as a prop as you see here. I just don't think it's adding much value for you guys. Like, you've already seen me go to Pixels, find a free image, download it, put it in my assets folder. Like, we would just do that again and use that. So I think that we're fine to just reuse these images here in this section. But if you want to make the website look maybe a little cooler, you could, extend that and use some different images for your own project. But what I'm going to do here is I also need to, and I forget what the prop was called, text 1 and text 2. So let's see what text that they use here in theirs. So stay connected, instantly connect with a blah, blah, blah. So I'm just going to copy this text here, and we will use that within my Model S page. So text 1 is going to equal stay connected, and I'm going to just keep this as 1 line here. Stay connected, instantly connect, yada, yada. And then we'll do text 2, and then we'll do Sublime sound and paste this in here. And I'm going to move this back to 1 line and just do a dash there. So here is our image grid. And if I come back to my Model S page, you see that it is not really working here. So let's go back and check out the styles here. So grid container, display grid, template columns, 1FR, 1FR, gap, 20 pixels, grid item, display flex direction column. So grid container. That looks good. Grid item. So I don't want flex direction column here because I just want them next to each other in my grid. And then I think with my image here, I think I need to set a width and height on my image. So let's see what happens when I do width is equal to 100%. Height is equal to 100%. I don't know if I can actually use percentages for images. Okay, so it's starting to work a little bit, but not quite here. So it is putting a bit of a grid gap in there. I'm actually don't know if I want a grid gap, but we'll see here. So let's go back here. I think I want my background color to just be black here. And then we actually don't need to. So it's putting this in a column and it's putting this in a column. So that's why it was doing display flex and then doing this. But I think that we can actually, if I just do something like, let's just wrap the image in a div and we'll wrap the second image in a div as well. And we'll move these all to be on the same level. So you can see we just have this div, this div, this div, and this div. That should, yeah, that makes things look a little bit better here, in which it's getting closer, but we definitely want to improve this here. So we have our two columns of 1FR, 1FR, and then I think we want to do align items center. So that centers things. And then I want to remove the grid gap. Maybe I didn't want to do that. Let's also justify the content to the center. And that did nothing. So we don't need to do that. But let's, for my image grid here, let's add a class name of grid item on all these divs. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to use that. And then I'm going to give this that. So we're going to make these all grid items. And I'm going to do text align center. And let's see what that looks like. So that centers it. Now I still have a little bit too much space here. So after a few minutes of trying to figure out what was going on here with the styles, just looking a little bit off here in this page, I figured out a better way to do this. So like we've done before in our image background, to where we just use a div and then we do the background like this, let's do the same thing here within our image grid, in which for this div, we just do a style of background image and then set it to our image URLs. And then I'm going to get rid of this and then just do it like that. So I'm going to do this for the second one as well. We're going to just set this style here, put her there, and then we're going to do image 2 here. And then we're going to get rid of that. And then I'm also going to put a class name here, and I'm just going to do image grid image. And I'm going to copy that and I'm going to put it on this one down here as well. And then in the CSS here, for this, we're going to do dot image grid image. And then similar to our CSS that we had right here, I'm going to take this and we're going to place it in here. And then I'm also going to do a width of 100% and a height of 100%. And then I also think I need to, on my grid container here, I need to set a height of 100% and a width of 100%. And when I go back here, you're going to see that we do indeed get more or less kind of the grid that we're shooting for, but it is just a little bit different here. So the way that Tesla has this is image, kind of kitty corner, and same with the text. And it has much more padding here. So the way that we can achieve a similar thing is I think I can just restructure this HTML a little bit, in which we can, I think I can just flip these and I can cut this and put it here. And I think that that will get us the kitty corner, which it does. And then for the text here, I think that we can just, so for text, I'm going to say these are going to be grid item text. I'm going to give it this class name. And then in the CSS here, let's do dot grid item text. And let's give it quite a bit of padding here. Let's give it like 50 pixels and see what that looks like. So it brings it in a little bit, but let's do even more. Let's do like 100 pixels. And that is a little bit better. Let's make the font a little bit bigger here. So let's do font size like 18 pixels. Yeah. And I think that looks decent. I mean, you could structure this a little bit differently and have it look a little bit closer to kind of what Tesla has here. But I think that you see how we can do this and how we can get a similar layout here. And we could adjust the padding of the grid container to make this look a little bit closer. So I could come back here and I could do like, padding of 20 pixels and make that look a little bit more kind of condensed there. But I think that for what we have and what we're shooting for, this looks pretty good. So yeah, this is our Model S page. Nice image there. Nice little grid there. And I think that looks pretty solid. So let's go ahead and add this to the Model X page as well as the Cyber truck page here as well. So let me go back to the code editor here. And all we need to do is reuse this image grid component. So if I go to Cybertruck page, I'm going to do another section here, and we're going to do an image grid. And I'm going to cheat a little bit and go back to the Model S here. And we're going to copy all of these props here, use that within the Cybertruck page. And of course, you can, change the chat text however you want and adjust things a little bit more here. But I think that this is going to be sufficient here. So all we need to do here is grab the Cybertruck image or the quote Cybertruck image. And I believe the Tesla charger image is the same. And then we're going to do the very same thing here for the Model X page, add another section with our image grid, and then it should just be the Model X image that we replace the Cybertruck image with. And if nothing went wrong here, which, as you already know, well, look at me go here. Well, as I was going to say, as you already know, is not super common by development, at least. My image grid is not imported. So easy fix. Let's make sure that we get that imported here. So there we go there. Cybertruck. Let's also get the image grid imported there. Okay, so that did import it. And then Model S, just to make sure we do have it imported. So going back here, let's just start from the top. So we have our home page with our nice video, snap to this section, snap to this section, snap to Cybertruck, Model S, and then we have this background image here, and then our grid here. We go to Model X. We have the same sort of deal. And then our Cybertruck, we have the grid, image, and so on. And then we still have our menu here as usual. And now I think the final kind of feature that I want to develop with you guys is the shopping feature. So with Tesla here, you have this kind of shop here, and then it takes you to a shop, and then now you get this cart, and you can like add items to your cart. So what I'm thinking that we're going to do is we will maybe just add our shop next to Cybertruck here, and then we'll create our shop page, and then we'll have like a list of items that you can put in a cart, and then we'll like programmatically show a cart here, and then, or maybe we'll show it next to here, depending on what makes sense within our app right now. And you could definitely adjust those styles, but we're going to focus a little bit more on the functionality of like the UX and UI of a cart rather than specifically having everything like they have for their cart. So we'll probably add the shop here. Then when you're on the shop page, you'll see some sort of cart, and we'll create some items on that page, maybe just a grid of items that you can add to your cart. And maybe we'll use like user reducer or something for that. And maybe even pull in like Recoil for some global state or something like that, depending on what we see there. But yeah, I think that's kind of the last feature I want to go here. So you're doing an awesome job. Hang with me here, and then we'll get going on that cart, and then we'll be basically done here, and you can extend this, use it within your own portfolio of projects, and do kind of whatever you want with it. So yeah, let's get started on that cart. So the first thing that we need to do here to start building out this, we'll build out a shopping page and then a cart page as well. So within our header here, we need to add a shop element to our nav elements. So here we'll go ahead and add an additional object with shop, and then the route is just going to be shop. So we will do that, and then I'm going to need to also, within our index.js, we're going to have to add a route for our shop page, and we're going to have to add a new shop page here. So within pages, I'm going to do a new page called shop page.jsx. And within this page, we are just going to export default function shop page. And I could be using arrow functions for all of this. My preference is just to use function definitions as I find them more readable. So do as you wish, but that's just my preference. So here we'll do an H1, and we'll just render out shop page. And then within index.js, we will add another route here. So I'll just copy the Cybertruck one, and then we'll do, when we're on the shop route, we're going to want to render the shop page. And I have that imported there. So ideally, if I head back here, we now see shop, and it still has the same highlight here. And when I click on it, it takes me to the shop page. But since my text is white and my background is all white here, I can't really see anything here. But we'll work on the styles here in just a second. But yeah, that gives us a start. And I'm noticing this over here is a little bit close to the scroll bar. So let's kind of fix that. Let's go back to our header, and we'll go to the header styles. I could just add a little bit more padding here, which I think is fine to do. I'll do 20 pixels left and right, and that kind of scoots it over a little bit more. And I think that's okay, but I actually want to bring it in even further. So we'll do 40 pixels, and that just brings that in a little bit more. So, all right, we have those. We have the shop page. Now we need to start building out the shop page. So in order to do this, well, first off, I think I'm going to want to copy the Cybertruck page. I'm going to copy all this. I'm going to go to my shop page and I'm going to return everything in my Cybertruck page here. But then I'm going to delete all of my sections except for my top one. And in this one here, I'm just going to do an H1 of shop page. And then I think what I'll also do, I kind of want to make it a black or a dark background here, because what I'm thinking that we do is I'm thinking that we just do like a dark background, and then we'll just have like a few rows of products, and then you can click add to cart to add the products to your cart. It will populate a cart up here, and we will kind of go with that. So I want the background of my shop page to be black. So I'm going to add a CSS style here called shop page. And then I think just within index.css, I could, if I wanted specific styles for all these pages, then it'd probably be best if I followed my kind of folder convention here of component and CSS class. But for the sake of not wanting to do that, I'm going to just go over here, and then we're going to do dot shop page, and I'm going to do background color, and we're just going to do black. So now if I go back to my shop page, you see that it is indeed black, and you do see shop page up here at the top. But what I'm going to want to do here is I'm going to want to, like I said, just have like a few different rows of products. So I think that the way that I want to do this is, well, first off, I'm going to just center everything. So I'm going to do display grid here on my shop page, and then I'm going to do place items, and we're going to place them to the center. So now, then I need to do display grid there and not display gid. And then within my shop page, I don't actually think that we're going to have the little sections feature that we had prior to where we'll snap to scroll. I think this is just going to be not any scrolling. It's just going to be the shop page. And we're going to change this to, we're going to do products. And then we'll have our list of products. So now I see this kind of centered in the middle of my page here. So let's go ahead and build out some components for our products. So I'm thinking that I will have a product component as well as a products component that renders out all of my products. So let's go ahead and let's see what ChatGPT comes up with here. So I want to create a React functional component that represents a product. Each product should have an image, title, description, and price. Would you be so kind to create this for me? And then as you see, it creates this product here in which it creates a functional component here, and it has image, title, description, and price are all things that you can pass to it. It has the image right here, the title, the description, and the price. And let's see what it does for the styles here. So for the image, okay, that looks decent. So let's go ahead and give this a go. So I'm going to copy this here, head back to the code editor, and we're going to do a new folder, and we're going to do product, and then we're going to do product.jsx, product.css, in this folder. So product.jsx. And then we're going to do product.css. And in the JSX folder, I'm going to paste this. But as you already know, I prefer to do a function declaration. So I'm going to do export default function product. And I'm going to remove this. And it did import product.css for me already. So that is good. I can remove that there. And then within product.css, I need to go grab this CSS here. So I'm going to copy all of this and head back here. And effectively, it looks like it's creating the product. It's making the display flex. It's putting them in a column, which I think will be fine. It's aligning the text to the center, the items to the center. I'm not sure if we're going to need the margin bottom and so much padding, but we'll see how it ends up looking. It's putting a border on it and a border radius. For the image itself, it's targeting that and it's making it 200 by 200 pixels, which I think will be fine. It's setting it to object fit cover, putting a bit of a margin on the bottom of the image. And then for the product title, it's setting its font size and margin. Product description, setting a margin. And the product price, it's putting in bold. So I actually think those are like reasonable decisions to make here. So I want to end up, let's render a couple of these products out and see what it ends up looking like here. So let's go ahead and let's just go straight to the shop page. And for products here, we will render out one single product. And what we need to pass to it is, it shows us an example here of the props that it passes. So image, title, description, and price. And for our image, let's actually import an image. Let's sell the Cybertruck. So import Cybertruck image from, and we'll do that from our assets folder. .jpg. So our image is going to be like so. And let's see how this looks. So if I go back to the React app, hey, this actually doesn't look too bad. I'm actually like, that probably saved us a decent amount of time. I didn't even have to think really about the CSS. Yeah, I reviewed it and stuff. But I think this was an instance to where, I didn't have to mess with it a whole lot here. So I think this looks pretty dang good here, but we don't want just any product. And we also want a add to cart button in our product here. So I guess since I forgot to ask ChatGPT, we'll go to our product here and we'll add a button and just do add to cart. And let's see how gross that looks. And I did card, not cart. So let's go back to cart and we'll do a class name and I'll do product button. And for this product button here, I'm going to go to product.css. I'm going to target it here. And then we're going to do let's do this same border here. So 1 pixel solid, this kind of grayish color here. And then we're going to do background of none. We're going to do cursor, pointer. And then how about when someone hovers over the button, we will do a transform and then we'll scale it to 1.3 so it pops out a bit. And we'll also do, I think that's probably enough, maybe a transition of all 0.3 seconds. So let's see what that does to our button. And I need to do a color of white on the button as well. So add to cart. Yeah, that's actually decent. We'll have to, I'm going to add a little bit of padding to this button here. So let's do padding. Let's do just like 6 pixels top and bottom, maybe like 12 pixels left and right. And yeah, I think that looks fine. I'm pretty satisfied with that. So the idea is we'll have several products here, and then we will, when we add to cart, I should probably put like a cart up here, or I mean, I could just put it right next to the shop, or we'll see what I want to do there. But yeah, let's move forward and actually render out a products component. So for this products component, I think that I'll ask ChatGPT if it can you also make me a products component that renders out 6 different products? You should create an array of objects representing a product and map over those to generate the 6 products. Let's see how it does with something like this. So it generates the products, and then it maps over them and renders them out in app. So it says add more product objects here. And these look pretty good here, but I want it to generate all of my product objects. Like we're trying to be efficient here. So can you generate all 6 product objects, please? Yeah, perfect. So okay, I've had enough. Let's go ahead and take all of this, and then we're going to create our products folder. So we'll do products, and then I will go with products.jsx, and of course, products.css. And in products.jsx, we're just going to paste it all. And I'm going to put these products outside of my products component. I think that will be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. Just so, I mean, reinitializing this on every re-render isn't going to be a big deal, but, you know, for the sake of potential gains there, I don't see a downside of putting it outside here. So that's what I'm going to do. And then we're going to do, of course, export default function products, and that should be export. And then I'll remove this here. And then what else do I want to do here? So it is importing products.css. Did it write any CSS for this? So no, it did not, which is fine. So we still might do some products.css, but I'll just add as needed. But we need to change the import of product here. So we need to import product from my product folder /product. So fixing that import, and then it maps over each product. It sets a key, which is good to see. And then the image, so on and so forth. So I think that looks fine, but we do need to adjust our images here. So let's go ahead and let's just grab our images that we already have. So let's do import Cybertruck image from my assets /Cybertruck. And then we're going to do model S image from assets model S, and I need to do .jpg, jpg. And then we'll also do the model X image from the model X. And then we need to put these. So for our image, we will just reference these here. And what other images do I have in there? So let's go to my assets. We have the Tesla charger. And then we might need to reuse a couple of these. So Tesla charger from assets.Tesla charger. And we will use that. Whoops. I just saw a mistake I made. I made it multiple times, didn't I? So Cybertruck, we'll change this to Cybertruck. And then this should be Model S, and we'll change this to Model S. And then this should be Model X, and we'll change this to Model X. Charger, we'll do charger. And then just because I like the Cybertruck, well, I at least like how our image of the Cybertruck looks. I think I already told you earlier my thoughts on the Cybertruck, but we'll do the Cybertruck and we'll just repeat these for the sake of not spending a ton of time just kind of sorting this through. So these are our products. And now let's go back to our shop page. And instead of rendering out one product, let's render out our products. And we'll see how this looks by default. It could look a little ugly. Okay, so we do have our products here, but it does look a little bit gross. So I think what I want to do is, so in my container, I center these two, which I think should be fine. But I think that for my product, it's doing display flex and display column. I think in my products.css, I want to target my products class name. And I think if we do display flex box, that it should fix this maybe. So if I just do display flex, what happens here? So yes, now they all go next to each other. And I think I want to do flex wrap. I'll set that to wrap. And then I want to do flex. Is there flex gap? Is that a thing? What if I just do gap? Because I want them to be separated a little bit. So, hey, that looks like it worked. But let's do quite a bit more gap here. Let's do like, I don't know, 40 pixels. So that spreads them out. And as you can see, that like wraps around the page here pretty well. So if I inspect and just move this in and out, you see that our products now wrap pretty decently. And that doesn't look too shabby. But I think that what I want to do here is I am placing these items center, but my products, that seems a little bit high here compared to my, well, I guess it comes together here pretty decently. But as you can see, we kind of hit the top of the page there a little bit. When we kind of come to here, it squeezes that up. So I think that to prevent that, we could probably do a couple of things here. And let me think what might make the most sense. When using Flexbox, can you set how many you want per row? Can you set a maximum amount of items per row? Let's see if you can. Maximum 4 items per row. Okay. Let's see if we can do that. So going back, let's go to our product. And then for our product, let's see if we could do a flex basis of calc 100% 4. Let's see if that worked. Hey, that worked pretty decently to where now it splits them like this. But now you can see even more that we're running into this issue here with my products going up above my header. So in order to fix this, in my index.css, for my shop page, that's where we'll add a bunch of padding there. But we don't want to add so much padding left and right. So actually, we only want to do padding top, honestly. So padding top, padding top, 100 pixels. I'm not sure why it's moved over so far to the left here. Let me see what's going on. So I think I just need to make sure that these are justified to the center is what I need to do. All right. So I think that does it here for our products page, except as you will see, we are running into an issue to where our products are being cut off down here at the bottom. So let's see. And I think it's because I'm putting so much padding at the top here, in which it's kind of pushing it down. And what if I switch it to, what if I do margin top? Does that help me at all? Does it hurt me? Oh, that looks disgusting. So we definitely don't want to do that. I'm not sure why that had that effect. So let's get rid of that. We'll also get rid of the padding for now. So, okay, we have this going on and we don't want it to just run into the top of the page. And also, like, for the record, you can't quite see the bottom of my page here. So I'm actually looking at this. So it doesn't look quite as bad, probably for you, but we definitely don't want like this action going on. And it's mostly going on here because our header has a different positioned property that's taking it out of the document flow, like position fixed compared to our products here. So I'm trying to think here, what might be the best way to solve this issue. And I think that we are going to want, well, maybe let's just do like padding 40 pixels all around. Let's see how that ends up looking. And that looks okay. And what happened if I did 100 all around? That looks okay, but it's not looking particularly great. And what happens if I go back to my shop page? And what happens if I wrap this in a section here? As you can see, my development style is very much so trial and error. And I think developers are lying if they say that they just write the correct code right off the bat. Okay, so I don't particularly want that either. So let's remove that. We shouldn't need that. Let's look at my class name of container and see. I feel like it's got to be something to do with the overflow here. So let's check my body overflow. So I think it might be this. Let me switch overflow Y to auto on my body. And then if I come back, it does indeed look like my products are looking correct. So there we go. There's our shop page. Now, I think we can make this a little bit more fancy. So let's go back to ChatGPT. How can I add a backdrop to each product to make it pop out a bit more using CSS? So we want to make this look just a little more fancy. Okay. So for each product, we can just do box shadow. And as you can see, I basically just use my ChatGPT as a way to Google stuff, in which I don't need to Google it. So that doesn't look like it did anything, right? I was hoping that it would. Let me see here. Product. If I go to product, that is what I definitely want to do a box shadow on. Oh, it's set to black. Why would it set it to black? So if I do it now, it still did nothing. Let's crank up the, I can't tell if it's not being applied or if I just need to crank up the, okay, there we go. Now you can see them like popping out a little bit. And what do you think? Do you think that's too much? Let's add 20 pixels just for fun. All right, 20 pixels. Let's actually do 30 pixels to be really crazy with it. But let's also add like, let's make it a little bit softer and do RGBA and then come back. Okay, do you think that's a bit much? I think that's fine, right? Maybe it's a bit much. Okay, let's go back to 20 pixels. Okay, I think that actually looks kind of cool. So now when we go over our products, or when we see our products, they kind of pop out a little bit. They look a little more fancy. It looked a little like dead and boring earlier. And what we can also do here, just for fun, I want to like see the effect of when we go over the products, when we hover over them, I want to scale them up a little bit just for some fun. So I'm going to do transform matrix 3D. That sounds pretty wild, but I just want to do scale. So what's scale 3D? What's the difference between scale and scale 3D? Let's ask ChatGPT. What's the difference between scale and scale 3D in CSS? Are both transform functions that allow you to apply scaling transformation to an element. However, they differ in the way they specify the scaling factors. One scale is applied uniformly to both horizontal and vertical dimensions and takes a single argument. For scale 3D, you specify different scaling factors for each axis individually. Okay, let's do scale 3D and let's just see how it looks. Scale 3D, and then we're going to do transition, all, and then like 0.3 seconds here. So, whoa, that's a bit much, right? So, I don't think we need 2 here. I think like 1.2, baby. This is so weird. Okay, let's go back to scale. And then let's just do like have it jump out a little bit as you move your cursor over it. So, and I even think that's too much. So how about like 1.05? Just like nice and subtle. I think even more subtle. 1.03. So now you just have this nice little effect here as you're kind of going over the products. I think that looks pretty good here. So, all right, we have that. And now basically we need to add our cart. And when I click on add to cart, it should add these items to the cart. And we should be able to go to the cart and, check out and actually buy the items. So let's first, how do I want to do this here? So I think we might need some form of global state to manage like our cart icon. Like we probably want to show that it has a certain amount of items in our cart icon. And then for our cart page, we're going to have to know like what items are in there, but those are going to be like probably siblings to this products page or the shop page here. So I think global state is what we're going to need for that. But let's first add a cart icon. So I think what I want to do is ask ChatGPT, what's a good cart icon to use in my React app? Okay, so it says I can do font awesome, I can do material UI, and I can do bootstraps. So I think I'm going to go with material UI here. So we're going to need to, I'm going to install material UI, and let me actually go to material UI icons. And then we'll go here, and then it looks like I need to install these. So I'm going to go ahead and go back to my terminal. And hold on, let me make sure I did my correct project, as I wasn't at the start of this. Man, that feels so long ago at this point, the start of this project. Thank you for hanging in with me. Hopefully this has been pretty fun to do, but we're going to go ahead and install MUI icons material, MUI material, emotion styled, and emotion react. And you can find that from this material icons homepage right here. And then I'm going to go with a shopping cart. And I think that this one looks like it will do the trick. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to head back, and we want to add this to our nav bar in our header. So here we're going to add another element here. And this is going to be, ooh, interesting. So we're not rendering a label here. We want to render an icon. So I think what I want to do, what do I want to do? How do I want to do this? Because if we set the key as an icon, I think that's going to break things. So I'm going to actually take this, wrap it in parens, move this to a new line, add a return statement. And then I'm going to go, how about if label is equal to cart icon, then I'm going to just return I'm still going to do an LI. I'm going to return an LI. So for some reason, my emit abbreviations are not working here. So we'll do that. And then I'm going to return actually, I'm going to do if route is equal to cart, then I'm going to return my label, but I'm going to make my label. This is going to be my shopping cart icon right here. And I'm going to make that a React element and then set my route to cart. So label, this should render out my icon. And I'll still set I'm going to set this key to be route. And then for my on click, we still want it to do some navigation here. And we do want to do it to route because I'm going to create a cart page. So I think that is probably going to work. I'm not incredibly confident that it's going to work, but we do indeed see my cart here. So that is what we want. And I think that maybe it would look better over here. So I'm not sure if this is going to work, but let me see if I can just add this margin little trick here and see if that slides it over. And it doesn't look like that worked, but I also am not applying my styles, which will not apply my styles. Okay. Well, that did move it over, but it did not move it over like I wanted it to. So what happens if I remove that? Hey, there we go. So now we have our cart over here, and I think this looks pretty good. So now what I'm going to want to do is, like, when I add products here, I'm going to want to add them, of course, to my cart. So in order to do this, what am I going to do? I think I'm going to want to, like, use Recoil here to manage or use some global state manager. And I think I'm going to use Recoil, which is a global state manager for React. And I'm trying to think, like, okay, how could I actually let's actually focus on, so for my cart here, I want to show like a little number by my cart that tells me how many items are in my cart. I think that would be kind of neat. So we'll try to do that. But the trick here is going to be to do it in a way that doesn't look totally ugly. So let me see. I mean, could we do it in a way that is as easy as, like, rendering out a span here? So let me do span, and let's put like 2 items, and then let's do a class name of cart items count, maybe makes sense. And let's not do camel case. Let's do kebab case, because it looks like a kebab, I guess. So let's do this. And then let's go to header.css. Well, actually, let's see what this looks like. Okay. Honestly, that doesn't look bad already. I was going to style this, but I'm actually pretty happy with how that looks already. So, yeah, we're just going to keep this. I'm actually pleasantly surprised with how decent that looks. But we're going to want to set this based on how many items we actually have in our cart. So let's go ahead here, and we are going to, within our SRC, we're going to add a folder, and we're going to call this global state. So within our global state folder, this is where we're going to manage our recoil state. So I'm going to add a new file. And since I don't plan on having a lot of global state, like literally just our cart items, but I'm going to name this cart items.js. And then we are actually going to set up recoil. And let me move this down a little bit so you can see where I'm at here. So let me ask ChatGPT. I'm not sure if it's going to have the latest up-to-date information though. How can I set up recoil in my React app? I've used recoil before, but I would definitely appreciate it just creating like the default state for me here. Oh, wow. It's even kind of using my cart example here, which is kind of cool. So, okay. All I want to do is kind of set this up. So I'm not sure if that's right. Let me go to the recoil docs, Recoil JS. So I'm going to do getting started. And yeah, I think I just need to do npm install recoil. So let's go ahead and do that. See, this is where you have to double check ChatGPT sometimes. Like, as you could see throughout this app, it has been useful, but it hasn't been, perfect. And then we need to import recoil root and wrap our app with recoil root. So let's go ahead and go back to index.js, and we're going to wrap this with recoil root. And we're going to need to import that from recoil, which we'll do here in a sec. I'm going to copy and paste all this. But we, of course, are just going to need to use recoil root. So this should wrap our app in recoil root. And then we're going to have to create an atom, which represents a single piece of state here, which ChatGPT did get correct here. So we need to create this atom, which I will do right now. So I'll go back to cart items. I'll import atom from recoil. And then we'll create our cart state and set it to the return value of calling our atom with a key of cart state and a default of just a empty array. So we are initializing our recoil state here to, which is going to be global. We're going to be able to use this all over our app, and we're just initializing it with an empty array. So we will be able to use this to update and do different things to our state here. So this looks good. Let me go ahead and we can start adding. I think now what we want to do is when they click add to cart, we want to add our items to our cart, which we're going to want to use this use set recoil state. And we're going to want to add them to our cart here. Now, I think that's actually going to be okay to do here. And let me see, do our products have an ID on them? Let me see. Let's go back to our products. And they do have IDs. So, because I'm trying to think through like all the different operations we're going to want to do, but let's for now, let's go to product.jsx. And when they click add to cart, we're going to want to add a product to our cart. So we're going to start here with function add to cart. And then what we're going to need to do here is we're going to want to import these two elements. So let's go back, and we're going to want to use set recoil state from, and this is just from recoil. And then we're going to want to import cart state from our atoms, which isn't going to be here. It's actually going to be, that's going to be in our global state cart items. This is going to be our cart state. And let me just double check and make sure it is called cart state. So let's head back to product here. And what we're going to want to do is, I mean, pretty simply, is we're going to want to add each product to our cart state here. So we're going to want to do, the way that this is going to work is to get the setter function from recoil, we need to do this. So we need to call the use set recoil state function, and we need to pass it the atom that we want to set the state for. So that's going to be our cart state here. So we're going to pass this cart state atom into use set recoil state, and that returns a setter to set our state. And then all we're going to want to do is when we set our cart, recoil does pass our previous cart in as an argument here. So prev cart, and then we're going to want to return an array. And this array, it's going to have all the items in our prev cart. We're going to spread those in, but then we're going to want our new product in our item. So how can we do that? Well, we can just add this information in. And I think each product is going to be an object here that represents a product. So let's actually we're going to destructure these outside of my product here and set that to equal product. And then here, we're just going to set this as product. Our props, we're setting that to product. Then we'll destructure image, title, description, and price. But here, product is going to be an object here. So we can just add our product when this button is clicked. So when this button is clicked, we will do on, click, and set that to add to cart. So that should add an item to our cart within our recoil state. And then going back to our header here, we now want to use our recoil state to get how many products are in our cart. So to do that, we can use the use recoil value and pass in our cart state atom here again. So let me copy these two. And at the top of header.jsx, I'm going to use or import use recoil value and import that from just recoil here. And then import my cart state from my cart state atoms, which is going to be in my global state and then my cart items. And then let's go back to ChatGPT to copy this. And this is going to give us our cart items here. And then what we can do, so the way this works is we call this use recoil value. We pass in our cart items atom, and that's going to return the state of our cart right here, which is going to be an array. So here, instead of just hard coding 2, what we can pass here is we can do our cart items and just simply the length of our cart items, which will be the number of items in our cart. So did I break my app? I thought for a second it looked like I broke my app, but it looks like everything still works. And it says I have 0 items in my cart. And that is because I haven't added any items to my cart. I'm a little scared to hit add to cart on any of these because, I mean, we wrote a decent amount of code there. And the odds that I didn't break something are, pretty low. But let's add to cart. And as you can see, we are adding items to our cart. So, hey, this looks pretty dang good here. So what we can do now is now we want to implement our cart page. So we haven't done that right now. So when I click on this cart, I should be able to go check out my cart. So let's now move forward and implement our cart page so we can kind of finish our checkout and also finish our Tesla app. So now let's get started with adding our cart page here. So what we're going to want to do is create a component that effectively will display items in our cart if we have cart items, but not display them if we don't. I don't know if what I just said made sense, but I think you get what I mean. So maybe our buddy here will help us out. So can you create a React functional component that represents our cart? It should list the items in our cart if we have items in our cart, but should say there are not items in our cart if there are not items in our cart. There should also be a complete purchase, maybe buy everything button in the cart. Okay, let's start with that. So it pulls our cart items from use recoil value from the cart state, which looks correct. If the cart items.length is 0, then it says just return there are no items in the cart. Else, we're going to return an H2 with our cart, and then an unordered list that renders out a list item with the items in our cart with a button that says buy everything. So I think this is pretty close. I think that the structure of our products, let me see if I can find our products here. They are product.title. So this is going to be product.title. And then we might also want to include like the price of each product. And we might also want to, no, I think that sounds good. I was going somewhere else in my head, but I think this will be a starting point for us. So I'm going to copy this here. And if you guys don't like me using ChatGPT because it's harder to follow along or something, let me know and I can avoid that in the future. But I just think with the way modern development is going, using these two tools yourself as you're doing this stuff can definitely be helpful. But, you know, I will still explain what's going on here. So we're going to just make a cart component. And then for this cart component, we're going to make a new file called cart.jsx. And then I'm going to paste this in here. So what we have to do is we need to create our cart function. So I'm going to do export default function cart, and then this cart, and I'm going to remove that. And this cart, we don't need to import React from React here, but we do need our recoil value of our cart state here. So we need to import that not from /atoms. That's the incorrect import path. We need to go to our global state here and from our cart items. And then if cart items.length, this looks good. And then as I said before, they do have an ID. So that might not be okay. And I say might not be because if they have two of the same items in the cart, then this won't have a unique ID. I believe we also get an index here. So I'm just going to say IDX. And this is a little bit of a hacky solution here, but I think it will suffice to where we can do a template literal in which we do, I couldn't find the $sign on my keyboard, item.id dash, and then the index, because the index will be different even if we have kind of multiple items here. And I just broke something. I have one too many curly braces here. So that should make it unique. Now I'm trying to think here. We might want to do more here. This might be where we start, but I feel like they should be able to remove items from their cart. So we'll probably want to do that. And that also might change how we do our add to cart. As let me actually go back. Where is our shop page? So let's go back to our products. And this is where we do our add to cart, I think. Or where do we do our add to cart? In product? Yeah. So here, when we add a product to our cart, we do have the product ID, but it's not going to be unique. So we need a way to create a unique ID for each product here. So what I think we can do is ask ChatGPT how to create a unique ID in React. So how can I create a unique ID in React? And then it says I can do the UUID libraries. And I've used this before, so I think this is actually a decent solution. So yeah, we're going to install this unique ID library. So let's go back here. Let's clear my messy terminal and then install this UUID library. And then we are going to import v4 as UUID v4 from UUID. So we're going to do that here. And then we're going to create a unique ID by calling UUID v4. But we're going to do that within our add to cart function. So this will give us a unique ID. And then for our product here, we're going to spread our product, but we're going to overwrite the ID here to be this unique ID. So that should make every product within our cart here have a unique ID. So I believe that should work. And then that also means that within our cart, we don't need to do this, not so great looking thing here. We can just do the item.id because that's going to be unique. And then that should be good. And then instead of just rendering the item, and it's not the name, or is it the name? I don't know if it's the name or it's the title. So we'll do the item.title, but what I actually want to do here is within our list item, I also want to render out the price. So I think that what I want to do is let's do a div here, and then let's do another div. So you'll see where I'm going with this here in a second, hopefully. So this is the first one's going to be our item title. And then we're going to do a div here. And this is going to be our item.price. And then we're going to do one more div. No, let's actually do a button below that. And that's going to be remove from cart. And then we got to do a button or a on click equals remove from cart. And we're going to need the item ID to do this. So I'm going to pass an inline function here. And then when I call remove from cart, I'm going to pass it my item.id. And then I just saved prettier. So we're returning a list item that has our title, price, and then a remove from cart button that when we click it, it should remove the item from our cart. So we don't want this anymore. We want to do I forget what it's called. I think it's use recoil. I think just the use recoil state. And then if we call use recoil state, that's going to return an array of our cart items as well as a setter to set our cart items. So once we have that, we can do a function to remove from cart. And then here, what we can do is we can set our cart items to be, well, what do we want to do here? Well, we want to say we have our items, but we want to filter those items in which I want to return items.filter, and that's going to pass an item. And here I'm just going to call it I don't know if I love that. I'll say cart item. There's not going to let me. No, I think that's fine to do. And then what do we want to do here? Well, remove from cart, we're going to have the ID of the item we want to remove. So the way that I like to think about the filter function in JavaScript is that return true if you want to keep it in the array. So you want to filter things into your array. So I'm going to say the cart item.id does not equal our ID. And that's going to filter all items that don't have this ID back into our array. So that should filter everything we need there. And then I think that should set things up pretty well, except we also want to do for this handle buy everything. After they buy everything, we're going to want to clear our cart. So we can just set our cart items to a empty array here. And I think we might also maybe I'll do a toast message just to show you guys like how to do that. So, okay. We have all of this in place, but now we need to create our cart page. So here, I'm going to say cart page.jsx, and I think it's going to be a little similar to our shop page. And let me remove some of these redundant imports that we don't need, or needless imports, I should say, not necessarily redundant. But we're going to copy our shop page here, go back to our cart page. We're going to paste this, but instead of shop page, I'm going to call this cart page. And actually, how about we just return our cart element here? So let's just do that, which, means that we probably don't really need to have this shop page in which it's actually a cart page. We probably don't need this wrapper, but just to keep things consistent with all of our other pages. So with that, let's go back to index.js, and we need to add our route here for our cart. So here, this is going to be cart, and then we're going to render out our cart page, and then that should correctly add the route. And we're probably going to need to add some styles to this. So we will definitely do that. But I just want to see if the functionality here works, because we wrote quite a bit of code here. And that should do the trick. So let's go back here. Okay, so cart is not defined in cart page. So I forgot to import cart from our components here. So that was mistake number one. And then we'll import that from our components folder, cart. Okay. Okay, so we don't see anything broken here. So let's add a few of our items. We'll buy the Model S, Model X, and the Cybertruck here. Let's click on our cart. And this is kind of what we would expect right now. It looks very gross, but we have our items in our cart. We can't see anything. So let's go ahead and start styling this better. But I think we do have the labels of our, Model X. You could see it there, model something, and so on and so forth. So let's go ahead and add a cart.css file here. So I'm going to do cart.css. And then for our cart, for this div, I'm going to give it a class name of cart container. And let's go ahead and do cart container and do a background color. Let's just do black, and let's see how this looks. So it looks awful. Something is wrong here. And I just refreshed my page. So So did I not import it? Yeah, I didn't import it. So import cart dot wait import cart nope import dot slash cart dot css. Okay, still not working. I have cart container and then cart dot css. I'm doing dot cart container. Oh, so since I refresh my page here, I'm not actually getting, there are no items in the cart here. So I think that what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to do this. I'm going to say const, let's just do cart list is equal to this. And then that means I'll be able to remove all of this, and I'll occasionally do stuff like this. And actually, let's keep the buy everything in here as well. So cart list, and I'm going to end up doing one of these. I'm going to put my buy everything button in here, and then I'm going to cut this, paste it here. So this is just a little bit different of a way to kind of do things here. And then I'm going to say const cart message, or let's actually do no items in cart is equal to, and we'll just do this div right here. And then I'll just use a ternary in which I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to say, instead of rendering this out, I'm going to say cart items, right? Cart items dot length is greater than 0. If that's true, then I want to render my cart list. Else I want to render my no items in cart. So if it has no items in my cart, I'm going to render out this message here. But if it does have items in my cart, I'm going to render out my cart list. So if we go back here, we see that I do get, there are no items in my cart, but a couple of issues here. For one, the page does not take up the viewport. So we're going to go ahead and set the height to 100 VH here. And this looks better here, but we're still getting some weirdness. So what I want to do is let's go ahead and let's center the cart to the page. How about? So let's do our display grid, and then we'll place our items to the center. See how that looks. Okay, so that almost fixes it. But there are no items in your cart is way down yonder. You know, it's not. It could be worse, right? Like, well, a lot of things could be worse, but let's go back. Where was I? My cart. So it's going to place these in the center, but I'm going to actually do, I'm going to give this another little bit of a containing div here. And we're going to wrap that up there. So now we have this. Okay, so cart, there are no items in your cart. Of course, you could make this a lot better. And actually, I don't think this H2 here is appropriate when there's no items in the cart. So let's go ahead and move that above our cart list and just do this. And here, there we go. Just some text say there are no items in the cart. You could definitely play around with this, make this look better, but maybe it's a good idea to make this look like extra depressing, like, oh, there are no items in your cart. And maybe we should like play some audio in the background, like, in the eyes of an angel, you know, like that sad, like adopt a puppy music. Okay. I've clearly been recording for a long time and have started to become delusional here at this point. So let's go back. And also, we probably don't want to lose our cart when we refresh here. So like when I add items, to my cart here and I go to the cart, we see, and the styles here do not look great. So we're going to address that, but see if I refresh this here, it goes to no items in the cart because I'm not persisting my data in local storage. So we're going to do that. So let's first style this and then we'll persist them in local storage. And then if everything works, then we'll add a toast message and then we'll deploy this application and Ryan can, go get some sleep. So with this, let's go back to the shop. Let's add a few of our items here. Let's go over here and then let's add a little bit of style. So let's do cart container, but then grab our unordered list here. And let's do list style type. We're going to do none. And then in our cart container, let's also grab our button and we're going to do border going just to be 1 pixel solid. Let's just do white. And then background is going to be none. Heading is going to be, let's do 8 pixels top and bottom, 16 pixels left and right. Cursor pointer. And then when we hover over this button, we can work some magic here. And on hovering the button, we can set the background to white. And we can set the color to black. If I can get that going there, and then we should be good on those. So let's go ahead and see how this looks. So un momento, por favor. We need to do color as white here. And that looks a little bit better. But you see they are all kind of offset here. So let's actually give this div a class name of cart wrapper. Okay. That's barely different from cart container, but at this point, we're just going to go with it. Okay. Please forgive me for my poor names and potential poor structure there, but cart wrapper. And let's do display flex direction. Let's do column. Let's do justify content center. Let's also do align items center. Let's do text align to be center. And that still doesn't look great. I'm going to remove. Well, let me see here. Let me inspect. I think this comes back to the stupid padding that occurs on these list items. So let's do cart container and then LIs. And this should not have any padding on them. Let's go back. Okay, that did not fix it, and I thought it was going to. So let's see what's going on here. So, okay, that's centered. That's centered. This is not centered. So this unordered list, see this initial padding that it has? This is so dumb. So I can remove this and this, and I can just do padding 0 on my unordered list, I believe. Okay. That centers everything, but this still doesn't look great. What if we do something like this? What if we actually do my cart wrapper? What if we do background color as white here? And then we do the color of everything as black. And then this is going to be black until I flip it, and then I do black. And then I do, I don't need to change that on hover. I can do black for that, but when they hover, I can do that. So, okay. Still looks awful. So let's keep working a little bit more here. So I'm going to add some padding here of, let's do 30 pixels. Let's give it plenty of padding. Okay, that makes it look a little bit better. And then for my list items, well, let's actually go back to my cart. So I want there to be some margin, yeah, between my list items, I believe. So let's grab this. Let's do list items, and let's give them some margin on the top and bottom. So margin top and bottom, let's do 10 pixels and 0 on left and right. See what that does. Let's give it a little more. Let's double it. Let's give it 20. Okay, so that spreads those out a little bit. And then let's give the buttons a little room to breathe too. So let's do some margin top and do like 10 pixels. All right, so that spaces those out more. I want more left and right padding though, to make this look more like a box instead of like a gross rectangle. So let's actually set a min width to like 600 pixels. Okay. Let's give it a little bit of a border radius here. So let's do border radius, maybe like 10 pixels. Okay. And then let's increase the cart H2 here. So we'll do cart container H2. Let's make that a little bit bigger font. H2, and then font size. Let's just do 16 pixels, see what that looks like. It looks even worse. So let's do 30 pixels. That looks a little better. Okay. And then what else do I want to do here? Let's do the same little drop shadow thing. I forget. We did that for our products.css, right? So let's grab this again and go back to our cart and go to our cart wrapper and add some drop shadow. And let's be a little bit more irrational with it. So let's crank that up a little bit. Beautiful. That is a fantastic cart. I still don't love the styles here. And I actually think that it might look a little bit better if we had the image of all of our items as well. But for now, we're going to call this our cart. Okay. Like if you want to improve the styles and spend more time there, that's great. I think it's a good thing to do. But for now, we're going to focus on the functionality. So I remove items. See, I removed it there. It also updated it there because Recoil is updating state everywhere. If I remove all my items, there are no items in the cart. So let's do some more shopping. I want to buy another Cybertruck. Go back to our cart. I'm going to buy everything. And it just says there's no items in our cart. But that is like incredibly anticlimactic. So let's actually go to React Hot Toast and let's do some toast messages like that. So how do we do this? So I think npm install React Hot Toast is what I'm thinking we need to do. So let's do npm install React Hot Toast. So we've installed the package and I need to add this toaster to the top level of our app here. So let's go ahead and go to index.js and up here, I'm going to import this toaster and let's see, I'm going to have to look further at the docs to to see where I need to import this from. So, all right, let's go to their documentation here. So npm install React Hot Toast, and then I need to import toast and toaster from React Hot Toast, but I think I can just do import the toaster like so. And then to use this, I can do just toast, but I think I can do like toast.success, and you can see how you can configure this differently if you'd like. But we want to do this here, toast.success. So in our cart, when they buy everything, what we're going to do is we're going to toast.success, and we're going to need to make sure that we import this. So you can see there's a lot of different things that you can do with this, but we're going to need to import this from our React Hot Toast library. And let's do something like all items have been purchased and are on the way. Explanation point. So let's go back here. And now if we go to our shop, we add a few of our items here, all 5 of them. And then we buy everything. We should see all items have been purchased and are on the way. Success message is shown. Our cart is cleared. And ladies and gentlemen, we have our Tesla app here to where everything is functioning pretty dang solid here. And hey, I think that we did a heck of a job here. It's not exactly like the Tesla app that is on Tesla's website, but like we got a lot of the core functionality of their UX and UI here. And here we can go to our shopping cart, shop products, and we did a lot of the kind of functionality here to where you can extend this, you can make it look closer. I just didn't think that, focusing on those extra little styling details and all the different little sections would be, kind of still the best learning experience for you building this out. And you can now extend this into your own app and make it look really cool. But one last step, let's get this thing deployed. Okay, just kidding. This is future Ryan here editing this video, and what we completely forgot to do, or what I completely forgot to do, not necessarily we, is implement the persistent state in Recoil. So on my shop page here, if I add a couple of these items, I go to my cart and I refresh the page here, you see no items in cart, which is probably not what we want. So to fix this issue, we can use a library called Recoil Persist. So this is on npmjs.com, Recoil Persist. And basically it's going to allow us to persist our data from our Recoil state. So when we refresh, it's still there. So this is super easy to do. So we just need to npm install Recoil Persist. So we're going to go ahead and do that here. npm I Recoil Persist, which will install this package quick. And then once we install that, all we need to do is when we create our atom, we just need to add this property to it. The effects _ unstable persist atom. So we're going to get that persist atom from Recoil Persist. So we're going to do that there. And then I just need to copy effects unstable persist atom. And we're going to add that there. And I believe that's all we need to do here. So now if I go back to my app, I see that Recoil Persist is not defined. I need to import Recoil Persist. So let's import that from Recoil Persist, which we can do there. And then this is actually all we need to do, I believe. So now we have this. Let's go back to our shop. Let's add a few Cybertrucks. And then if I refresh here, you see that when clicking refresh, everything still stays in my cart and I can buy everything. So that is all we needed to do there to persist that data in our kind of local storage. So refreshing doesn't clear everything, as is probably what we would want in an actual app. So now that we have that, let's now go to the last step and deploy this application. And let's go ahead and use Vercel here. So for this, I just created a new Vercel account. I just signed up on vercel.com, free account, and I'm now on my overview page here. And what we're going to do is we're going to add a new project, and I linked it to my GitHub repo. You might, if you don't see your repo here, you might have to click add GitHub account and then just authorize it. But eventually you should see your repo. And before I even get to that, I have pushed my code up to GitHub. So if I go to GitHub here, you can see my repo is code Ryan Solomon. And I just created a new repository by clicking on this plus icon, new repository. And then I did git init within my project, and I pushed my project up to this repo. So if you want to see this, it's code Ryan Solomon / Tesla clone here. Okay. But all you need to do is create a git repo and push your code up to that. And then once that's pushed to GitHub, you can connect to Vercel to GitHub, and then I can import my Tesla clone here. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Project name. I think my root directory is good. Create React app is good. I'm going to leave all of these settings here, and I'm going to click deploy here. And then it's going to give it a sec to deploy here. So it'll kind of show you the steps. So it's building here, and I'll catch up back to you once it kind of finishes this deployment process here. Okay, and the deployment is over here, and it says that congratulations, I just deployed a new project to Vercel. And if I click on that here, we now see this project is deployed to this URL. You could add a custom URL here, and that should, be just fine if you want that, but this is just a free URL that you can use. And you can see our different pages working here, which is fantastic. Cybertruck, so on and so forth. Our beautiful shopping page here. Let's check out the cart. Also working. Get out of my cart. Buy everything. Toast message shows up. Let's check out the menu. Looking good. Back to the home page. Our snap features working, so everything looks like it's working here. So we have now deployed our project. Thank you so much for sticking with me here. Hopefully you learned a bunch. I know it wasn't like the exact Tesla website, but I think we covered a lot of the main functionality here. So again, thank you so much for tuning into this. I hope it helped. If it did, make sure to do all the YouTube stuff to help me out. I would really appreciate, you sharing this or giving it a like, subscribing to the channel, because I'm definitely going to make some more projects like this, as I found this to be a good time. So yeah, thanks for tuning in, and I will see you in that next one.